Well, hello. Welcome back to another live stream where we're fixing computers and laptops that we have no idea what's wrong with it. I haven't looked at it ahead of time. So welcome everybody coming out. And we actually have 3 on the chopping block. I think we have the poll up on YouTube right now, but we don't have one up on Twitch yet. So I'll see if I can get one of those put up in a second for you. Hope everyone's doing well. Hello from Vermont and hello from Woot. No, what's going on there? Tari, what's going on? We have some fun stuff today. There's Canada and Round Rock. Johnny V. Johnny V's in the house. Johnny V. So we'll see if we can get a poll put up on Twitch there. Now, the 3 laptops we have tonight, I kind of tried to mix it up again. It's hard, you know, I never know if I'm ever going to get the actual a good mix, but I want to have some that don't power on, some that are no post, some that are a different, you know, whether it's an Alienware or XPS or whatever it is. Hello. First time chatter. Hello from Kenya. Look at that. You switched to Twitch instead of YouTube. Thank you there, Gray. What's going on? Doc is here. Doc's in the house. Welcome back, Doc. I'm glad that you're doing much better. Hello from Jamaica. Hello from Alberta. Let me make sure all this stuff is working. It looks like my counter on Twitch is not showing up right, and that happens sometimes. I just kind of have to redo this here. We got a hype train on Twitch, so if you want to participate in that, that would be awesome. Let's see. One of my mods over there on Twitch, can you create a poll, please? And just kind of copy it over there because I don't have time to do that at the same time. Hello from Birmingham, Alabama. Howdy. Pennsylvania, UK, Kansas, Finland. Wow. All over the world. All over them worlds. Glad to see you here. Came out for the gooch, stayed for the sweet, smoothing sounds of Nate's voice. Well, I put people to sleep apparently, because a lot of people like to listen to my videos to go to sleep, or they put it on the background while they're working. So, yes, I guess so. I guess my voice is soothing. We do have an XPS on the chopping block tonight. Let me see. This doesn't look like it's working right. Let me see if I can paste this in here. So we do have the poll up on Twitch now if you want to participate in that voting. So vote. Let's see. So we have, let me pull up the poll. Pull up the poll. Of course, it's not working. Let me see if I can get the polls fixed. Hold on. Momentarily. There we go. Okay, so we have the polls going. So the 3 different laptops we have is Alienware M17R4, GPU's not detected. So the machine works apparently, but the GPU's just not there. And then XPS 9530, no signs of life. It's just basically just dead, no power at all. And then the M15R6, similar issue, no power at all. So just kind of each one of this is going to be a little bit different. XPS is going to be all USB-C. Alienware is going to be, you know, big barrel jack, and then the M17R4 actually does turn on and just the GPU is missing. So if you want to see how we can try to figure out if it's a power rail issue or some firmware or you know, some other issue that's causing it not to show up. So hello, hey Primus, hey, hello from the Great White North. While you work, lurking while you work. La 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 la. Hello from Cyprus. Hey. Hello. I'm actually fell asleep on your live stream last weekend. While I was watching afterwards, I was hungover. Gosh, it jumps around so much. Although I might have. Gosh. Anyway, the chat's moving. So sorry about that. Every time when there's so many words, it's hard to read it across because it just moves so fast. XPS is dead, Jim. It's dead. The missing CPU? Can't have a missing CPU. I have to have a GPU. Did I write CPU? No, I wrote GPU. So if you missed last Sunday stream, it was pretty epic. We did work on 2 different laptops that had a 2.1 error. 2.1 points to a bad CPU on a motherboard, or at least that's what Dell identifies it as. We were able to fix both of them. Oh yeah, we have the Cypress programmer. Gosh, you know, I have the Cypress programmer here. You know, I want to do a little more research on it before I start messing with it, and so that would actually be very useful if I actually had it. So, you know, we could definitely mess around with it. I just don't feel like it's going to be that entertaining, and so I know that's why I kind of, and then plus I'm backed up because I got a big stack of laptops, so that's why I'm like, let's just fix some laptops and then we'll do some Cypressing. Anyway, yeah, so last Sunday, yeah, so we fixed 2 different machines. One of them was just a CMOS reset, so we had to clear the EC chip, reprogram it, fix that CPU error, and then the other one ended up being a burnt trace under a coil on one of the power phases, which was crazy. We figured that out in the last minute or so of the stream. It was pretty cool. So I go back through a stack of these boards that I had, the same model, and I did find one board with that exact issue. And I can actually show you, here, let me see if I have this right here. This one, did I have it marked down here? It might be this one. Let's see. Excuse me, I think it is this one. So let me just show you what we did figure out. And you're hooked on toffee vodka. Me too, we're here. So let me show you what it does whenever we basically figured out that when we have one of these machines where the CPU kind of spikes up and then shuts back off, we figured out that there's 3 phases all supposed to come on at the same time. And then we had one of the phases where all 3 of these were actually heated up under the thermal camera, but this middle coil was not heating up. Like, you could not see the heat, so it means it wasn't outputting any power. So if I put this meter in continuity mode and I just measure the output of this MOSFET to this output, they should all be connected because they all end up connecting to this trace right here. And so if I measure here and measure here, it's connected. But what we're finding is this one is not connected to this part of the inductor. So if I measure here, we have no connection here. And I guess my meter's not showing up, of course. Let me see if I can reset the program. So this is the only one I found out of all those. Sent me a super chat. Let's go. Thank you so much for that. Miscellaneous. Is my meter working yet? Nope. Let me reset this connection here. We're having issues with my connection. You got solid food today. Doc, got to eat the solid food. Slowly but surely getting better. Here, I'm going to close this program out. My meter is not working today, and it's making me irritated. Thanks for all those lurkers coming in and lurking hot. So we have about 30 seconds left on the polls, so go ahead and do your voting or else forever hold your peace. And I got to fix this meter here. Is that it? Nope. Why is it not working? Still not working. I don't know. There it is. Okay. Back to normal. Okay, so it looks like the XPS1 on Twitch and then the XPS1 on YouTube also. So it looks like we're doing the XPS 9530 first, and then we're going to go to the GPU not detected second. And then nobody cares about that M15R6. Who cares about that one? We don't care about it, right? So we're going to get going on that. I'm late. Did I miss an EC chip replacement? We have not messed with an EC chip. All I was doing is just kind of showing off that those inductors that we had identified as being an issue as an output on the middle chip for last Saturday, or Sunday, I did find a board that did the same thing. So that's all we got there. All right, let's get going on our first one, unless there's anybody else wants to talk about anything before we go, because we have so many words, The title has been set. Thank you there, Semper. So Semper is helping us out on doing some modding, because whenever people are out sick, it does help to have more people. Johnny V, build the Frankenstein cable for a Core Innovations. All right, let me make sure we don't have personal information on this. Nope, looks good. Intro time. Well, what we do before the intro is we just read the note. We got to read the note so that we can kind of wrap our head around what it is, what's going on, and then we'll do the intro. So this machine is an XPS 9530. This will be circa 2023. System does not turn on, or doesn't turn on. Previous shop found a component heating up under the thermal camera, labeled it with a sticky note. Thank you for the other shop. The other shop's going to help us out, right? So I'm assuming it's inside the machine, but we'll do an intro here. And let me get this keyboard out of here. Are we ready? We ready? Oh yeah, we need my Franken cable. I can set up my Franken cable real quick, because we're going to need that in a second. So let me plug it in. So here's my Franken cable. If you haven't seen it, it is pretty gimpy looking. But it does the job when we're working with USB-C devices and allowing you to be able to see it on my spike meter. So I just kind of plug it in as a little service loop here. And I'm kind of brainstorming some other ideas on how to get this thing set up where it's more permanent instead of me having to keep unplugging it, plugging it in type of thing. So there we go. All right, we're all set up. All right. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved, and this time we have an XPS 9530. Now, this is about a 2023 model laptop. Now, this was brought in because it no longer powers on. They took it to another repair shop. They said they actually detected something burning hot under a thermal camera. They even left us a nice little sticky note inside the machine. So I'm assuming there's a short on the main power rail or on the motherboard, but I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. All right, we are off to the races here. So let me reset our spike power meter. We are at 9.5 amps. We don't need 9.5 amps on there. That's too high. It's too high. Let's, first thing I want to do is see if it turns on. I don't even know if the battery's plugged in. I don't know if anything like that. 10 out of 10, the intro. Thank you so much. Thank you. I nailed another intro, Dave. All right, so it doesn't power on, pressing the power button. So I'm going to go ahead and plug in our USB power meter. Pay attention to the spike here and see if it detects 20 volts or not. Plugged it in with the 5 volts, with the 20 volts. So that means that the USB charger is actually communicating with the laptop's PD controller, the power delivery chip, and it's going from 5 volts up to 20 volts, so it's negotiating that properly. Now, this machine's sitting there at 20 milliamps or 0.03, I mean 30 milliamps. 20 milliamps is more normal, 30 is not, it's a little high, but not that big of a deal. I'm gonna press the power button, nothing's happening. I'm going to move to another port. I just want to see if it's doing anything different when I move to another port. That port is also negotiating 20 volts, so that's good. And then I'm going to use this, check this last port just because it may do something different. There are multiple PD controllers on here, and if we have a short on the opposite side, it will cause a similar issue. 5 volts, 20 volts. So with all that said, I've just ruled out it being a USB-C issue, okay? Because they are all negotiating, and probably negotiating in each direction if you rotate it, then that's fine. So I think the power delivery chips or the PD controller chips are actually energizing or they're outputting voltage to a power rail, right? So main power rail maybe, but yeah, so we will see if there's some sort of short, and so it's like the MOSFETs, the protection MOSFETs are probably blocking it from going in there. Wes Premise, I think, is not feeling, he's a little bit under the weather, so I'll need a little bit of help over there on Twitch. So anytime we you know, need a little bit of modding, just go ahead and help us out over there. Yeah, Premise just let me know that he's not feeling good tonight, so he's taking the night off. Oh no, I just messed up my meter again, I think. I swear, like I need to fix this. I had the meter wire runs over here, and then my vent here, when I move my vent, it messes with all these USB wires here, and you can hear the thing unplugging, coming unplugged. So I need to reroute that. What's all these cheers coming in? Bit by bit by bit. Look at you. So we got 500 tea time. It's a tea time. Thanks for dropping those tea times over there on Twitch. Appreciate that. Talk him at 1 month's salary. Oh yeah, that's I'll get right on that. You know, and then next Sunday is Father's Day actually, so we're not actually going to be streaming next Sunday. I'm assuming. Because we got a lot of fathers out there, and my kids will probably want to do breakfast in bed for me, and we'll probably go somewhere and do something, so we'll probably be skipping next Sunday anyway. You got some buffering going on. No buffering. No buffering. Okay, so this thing probably has some sort of short on the board. We have the PD controllers working, so the power delivery chips are actually negotiating or communicating with the charger. So let's open up the bottom and take a look inside. Stream outdoors with the barbecue. You shouldn't let your kids spoil you. All right, and the bottom is off. And look, we do have a sticky note, and it is telegraphing and pushing and pointing and telling us where the heat is. I like it. I like it a lot. So the battery is unplugged, and it's pointing to this area right here. Let's get a little bit closer, because I can't really tell what it's pointing at, but it's very precise, whatever it is. Very precise. So it's pointing right at this screw. Do you think that screw is getting hot? Or do you think it's a chip around it? So if we look around, here's our PD controller chip, and that actually looks a little bit discolored, like it's been getting hot. But that wouldn't be unheard of if it is trying to heat something or trying to, you know, power something that is shorted. But this right here is going to be our power MOSFETs that protect the board and also do the charging current for the battery. So when it's charging, this will get warm for sure. This is the charge coil. And so we have a couple MOSFETs underneath here, but let's take this off and take a look underneath. We may just have some sort of blown component right here. We will see. We will see. We should confirm the screw's getting hot first. Should I plug it in under the thermal camera? Should we go straight to thermal? Should we go thermal right away? Or should we prolong our thermal? I don't know. I don't know. All right, so I'm pulling the little sticker off here and this little heat sink off. And so this area is what's getting hot. Yes, this is another one of these boards where they did not populate the second one of these. These are actually supposed to be in parallel, but they decided that one is as good as two. B03, N03, we don't need two of those, we just need one, right? So I think they learned, because the 2020 model of this had two, then the 2021 and 22 and 23, they all left this unpopulated, even though the board print was the same. They kind of left the same thing, like it's, maybe they only do it, maybe they add the second one whenever it's a higher end GPU, maybe that's what they do. I don't know, I haven't seen it. So we could plug in the charger. It's not, if we plug in the charger, nothing's happening. We already saw that, because if it was doing something, we would see the power meter actually pulling some current, but we're only getting 30 milliamps, which is nothing, right? So I have it plugged in, 0.03. Dr. Sonic is a newest, coolest fans member. Thank you. Thanks for joining. So if this was actually pulling some current, it would actually get hot, but 30 milliamps, that's nothing. That's nothing. So, I mean, we can go thermal though. I don't mind. I'm not scared. I'm not scared. Now, do I have my thermal camera set up is the question. No. No, no, no. It's not set up. So, of course, I was not prepared for you. It's set up right here, but it's not set up to cast across to the interwebs. So give me a second here. So basically I have the thermal camera mounted to the bottom of my microscope, and it's plugged into a cell phone over here, and then I cast the cell phone over to the screen here, and then I capture that casting to OBS. So it's a lot of moving parts in order for you guys to see what's going on. Dream Harp sequence enabled. Oh my gosh, how many did you send? Sent 50 gifted memberships? Did he really? Dr. Sonic just sent me 50 gifted memberships. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh my gosh. Dr. Sonic, you are a mad scientist. What are you doing? Well, I appreciate that, man. Look at that. So they're coming in hot. A lot of Dream Harp sequences coming in. I don't even know what to do. It's just filling it up. I've never seen, I think that's the biggest donation I've ever seen. Well, I appreciate that. Have you been you're just a new member now, so I don't even know how long you've been watching the stream, but I appreciate it. So I'm gonna try to see if we can get this pulled up while that's Dream Harps coming in. Yeah, we definitely see some hot here. We definitely see some hot here. That is crazy. It's kind of a pinpoint heat right here though, right? Right about here. And that's a bad one, okay? That's a bad one. When we see this spammed with donations, I know that's the only problem. Oh man, it's so many of them. It's so many. Thank you for that though. I'll turn down the sound a little bit on there. So here we have this chip right here, and I'll put it in split mode so you can see what it is. It looks like it's this chip right here that's burning hot. And what this is almost like a little LDO U-gate switch thing. And so basically, you'll usually have a voltage coming in, 20 volts, and then you'll have a voltage going out, 3 volts, 3.3, 5 volts, 9 volts. I'll have these different voltages coming out. Usually this goes to a crucial chip like a EC chip or something. So we could have a burned EC chip. For all I know. What do I know though? What do I know? So let me, let's go ahead and do let's go ahead and measure right here. Colin, thanks for the coolest fans membership. Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining. Okay, so I'm going to measure across here. I just want to see what voltages we have on these legs here. And it is, I'm trying to find a good ground. Sometimes it's hard to find a good ground on this board. That chip is hot. It's spicy. It's a spicy chip here. All right, so we have 3.3 output, 8.8, which seems a little weird, right? You can't see the measurement, of course. Okay, hold on. It's probably because I messed up those wires again. Measure in volts, okay. Are we working yet? We close the program out again. It's because I moved that wire again and it messed up my connection. I need to redo all that stuff, man. I need to rewire this. 50 gifted stuff. 50 gifted subs was kind of a spam. Oh, yeah, it's crazy. I've just never seen it. I've never seen anybody send that many. Okay, is it working yet? Of course not. Give me a second. We're all subs now. Everyone's subs. That's right. So now anybody who's been in the chat who hasn't been a sub is a sub now. Sorry, I'm trying to reset this meter. It's making me very frustrated. Give me a second. Yeah, sorry to hear about Premise. I hate it when people get sick. And sometimes, like, I don't get sick very often, but I sometimes start to feel it, you know, and you have a couple days before it's about to happen. And then, you know, you start to feel like you're about to come up with something, and then it goes away. That's what ends up happening for me. All right, close the program again. Bear with me. I'm sorry, guys. Unplug this, plug it back in. I might just need to move the port that it's in, because I don't know if it's the wire or if it's the connection in the back or if it's the USB or what. I'm gonna move it to a different plug. Give me a second. We're gonna have to reroute this thing, man. Okay. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna plug it directly into my computer underneath me. A direct connection is always better. Drink the green juice. I do have a green juice here. We will get right on that in a second. Okay, do we have a connection? Yay, we got connection. Okay, it's working now. Now it's not showing up on the screen. What do I do about that? You're killing me here. That's what it is. Slowly. Okay, we got it. Back on track. All right, so let's go ahead and measure this chip. We just want to see all the different voltages coming out of it. And what I want people to kind of think about, whenever you have something that's hot, a lot of people are going to go straight to it and go, okay, this chip's hot, so that means it's bad. And it does not mean it's bad. And it can. If there's ground on it, then it could possibly be bad. But most of the time, what I see is what it's outputting to is bad, right? So we're going to be in voltage mode, not resistance. So we have 19 volts coming in probably. Looks like it ties over here through this diode coming from the USB-C port. And I'm going to measure on this pin. We got 8.8. This is probably ground in the middle usually. Yep. And then if it's outputting, it's 3.3. And these 8.8s. Now remember, these 8.8s are usually around 9 volts, not 8.8. It's still a weird number anyway. But I'm thinking that we probably have some sort of messed up something after one of these. So what I'm going to do is just unplug the USB, and then we're going to measure in resistance mode on the output of those pins. I just want to see what kind of measurements we have going out. So this is just continuity mode. We're not getting any beeps on that. And then I'm going to put it in diode mode. And we're going to measure. It looks like someone finally ordered a candle. Did he get some more of those back in stock? So if I measure on these pins here, no issue, no issue. Oh, no issue. Now I'm actually kind of surprised we're not having an issue here. So none of these are having a bad, like a short using the diode mode. So what are we thinking here? I think we're going to have something else hot somewhere else on the board. So we're going to have to pull the board out probably, but let's look around some more when I plug it back in and see if we can identify anything else getting hot. But definitely, you know, obviously it's hot, but I think it's what it's powering is hot. So I'm just going to keep looking around. And those reflections are so much fun. So I'm just going to kind of hold it at an angle here. So we have a lot of diffuse heat here, so we could have something else on the other side of the board. The power management chip is on the back of the board right there, so it probably could be on the back of the board there. So I'm going to go ahead and just pull this board out in order for us to really get down and dirty it with it. The diodes aren't generally the issue. I mean, we could check those diodes to see if those are looking suspicious, but these diodes right here are just pass-through diodes that we usually fine because they don't usually fail on those. So those are all passing through correctly, and then we'll go the other direction. They should block, 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 block. So it's good to go. So those are good to go. I'm going to pull the board out. It takes a couple seconds to pull these boards out. I've pulled out 1,000 of these in my lifetime, so it's not a big deal. They're all the same kind of setup for I think 3 or 4 generations now, so it's very easy to take out if you know exactly where every single screw is. The screw was the one that was shorting. So I don't know if it's a MOSFET yet, but what those are is it's a passive, or it's an item that's going to be on whenever the machine's off, okay? And so when we have heat like that on one of those chips, I usually kind of pay attention to it being a chip that is going to be like an EC chip or something like that. So did we have a new donor board member? I just missed it. Well, welcome as a new donor board member. I had turned down the actual sound, and so it was now I couldn't hear it. So let's see if I can get this. There we go. Dark Silver Place just did a Prime sub. Thank you for that. I vote for the power management chip. Okay, so somebody says power management chip. A board view on this one. I think I do have a board view actually. Yeah, I do. Good point. So the battery is not taped in. Normally this battery is actually taped in here, so it came out pretty easy. I only like to go to the board view or schematic if I really, really have to, so I think it's kind of in cheat mode, so I usually try not to use it right off the bat. Dark Silver, 3 months Prime sub. Thank you. Thank you for that. Take out the SSD, and we don't need this anymore, right? We don't need that sticky. Pull the RAM. Let's pull the RAM. I don't think the RAM's going to be the issue, but we will take it out. It is DDR5, so always could be an issue. I hate DDR5. I hate it, man. It's not good. It's not good stuff. CPU replaced with hot glue. That's exactly what could be going on. And the Wi-Fi card's built on the motherboard, so that could be the issue all over again. Sticky note says the Wi-Fi card's bad. That's exactly what the sticky note says. Is it an original battery? That's a good question. I did not check on that. We did not do our quick look around. So battery does look genuine to me. Is it real or is it fake? So the sticker looks good here. The font here looks good. It's not super blue because sometimes it's supposed to be kind of a grayish blue, but more gray. And then the fake ones are more blue. And then the silver on the front is correct for this model. They'll make the same battery without the silver on the front, but for the XPSs it's supposed to be silver. So this is a good battery, or a genuine battery. Light my candle in a daze. So candles. So you said that the Black Horse candles are back in stock? Wonder Blender, hello. Has anyone blamed Dave yet? Dave. It's always Dave's fault. Thanks for 7 months there, Wonder Blender. Thanks for 7 months of dedication. So let's see. All right, so these screws are coming out pretty quick, so I'm already halfway done. Have you checked the member gift shout-outs? I checked, but it only has member gifts and shout-outs. What are we talking about there? I didn't see that. Maybe chipset rebuild tonight. Whew, I hope not. I hope not. I mean, if we have to, we have to, right? We can do it, but a lot of times, you know, doing things on VGA machines, it's like you're having it sit there for so long. You're having it sit there so long, it's like slow, and people leave, you know, so we're trying to keep things kind of fast-paced. I just realized you couldn't see what I was doing. I try to keep everything fast-paced, try to keep, you know, the action-packed thing going on. No Black Horse candles are in stock. I placed an order yesterday for them because they keep selling out, right? And I think he's reluctant to even have them in stock, so I don't know. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Red Rover, send somebody over. We got it. We got it. All right, so I'm just trying to take this thing apart, And here's your sign. All right, so this is going to be a symptom or a clue. We are investigators, and we are trying to collect clues on what the heck is going on. And I can tell you right now that this thing is melted. And when we have this thing melted, I know what that means. I know what it means. It means that this portion of the board has been getting mucho caliente, like very hot, very hot. And if I look right here, I see some really bad stuff going on. So I'm going to pull the heatsink before I start pulling the board. Okay, concur? Do you concur with that? Because I'm pretty sure we have a barbecue on our hands. It's a barbecue. Better than cat pee, I'm sure. Yep, better than cat pee. A new coolest fan member, UKG? Is that what it says? UKG Blazing. Thank you. Thank you for that. Just subbed. Just subbed. Okay. Barbecue. Pull is still up. Oh, thank you for telling me that. I can take it down. It's the only thing that you guys can't do is, as a mod is actually cancel the polls. I can only do that. All right, heatsink is off. All right, now let's take a closer look at this craziness, this chaos. Now I'm going to pull this sticker off so we can look underneath it too. If I can get it off. All right. K6 just used their Prime Twitch sub. Thank you for that. Thank you for the support. All right, we got it off of there. Oh, oh, oh. That's pretty sick. It's pretty gross. Pretty gross. Okay, so I have seen this before. This is not the first time, and it will not be the last time that I'm working on this exact board, this exact model, with this exact problem. Now, this is the first time that I've seen it do what it's doing, but I'm not surprised seeing what I do see. Okay, so what we have here is the classic 9530 with a RTX 4060 GPU. And all three of the power stages melted. They got so hot they melted because the heatsink is a piece of junk. So we have, these are the VRM stages here, but we don't have any cooling for the coils themselves or the inductors. And then we just have this suggestive, it's just a suggestion of cooling that's supposed to lean over and touch those things. This is the biggest joke I've ever seen in my life. And then the heatsink's only that thin. Very, very thin. So, Betty Botter bought some butter, but she said that the butter bitter. If I put in the batter, it will make my batter bitter. But if I better butter will make my batter better. So 'twas Betty better. Was that pretty good? That was pretty tough. Okay, that was from Santa Claus doing his 5 months resub. Thank you for that, Santa Claus. Ooh, that was a little tough, a little tough. All right, so my rant continues. Let me just show you over here. I'm just tired of this. So here's our heatsink. It's a piece of junk. It's tiny. They make this thing in a 4060, a 4050 Ti. They even make it in a 30 series, which is fine, but the 4060 is just too hot for this machine. So it's just, so here's my workaround whenever I have this. When one of these comes in, I'm going to lock this down for a second just to show you. So when one of these comes in, I put one of these on here. So I basically have a whole tray of these. Oh, I have a whole tray of these little gummies, these little sticky things here. And so when they come in, I take it and I stick it. So it has a little sticky side, and I take it and I stick it right here, like that. And then when you put the back cover on, it actually applies pressure to this little piece of metal that pushes down onto those 3 VRM MOSFETs. And then it also applies pressure and transfers the heat to the bottom of the case. So this is my fix, but there's no fixing what just happened. There's no fixing. So we're going to try it, though. We're going to see if we can figure it out. But in my experience, this GPU is done, unfortunately. So let me pull this back off, and I'm going to we'll see what we can do. Okay, just got battered. Skip the pancakes for a few days now. All right, so let me juice up for a second. We're doing cucumber, celery, grapefruit, chard, and lettuce and lemon. Need some energy here. That's not too bad. I think the lemon's pretty nice. I've ever attempted a GPU swap before. I mean, I've done GPU swap, not on this board. Now, these GPUs, I mean, like pretty much every single one of these boards I have, the GPU is just bad. So I don't have another GPU to put on here. I wouldn't be able to swap one from another machine because there's not very many 4060s machines because 4060 is kind of a lower end board. And I do have a stencil, I think, even. Now, taking the GPU off and putting one on is not the hard part. It's usually getting a reballed chip or getting one that functions or works. So, yeah, I don't know. All right, let's go ahead and figure out if we have a short on the main power rail here. I'm pretty sure we do at this point. Dead just used their Prime Twitch sub. Thank you so much for that. So if you do have a Amazon Prime membership, you can actually subscribe on Twitch for free using that, and then it donates money to me. So it's a way to give donate stuff to my work without you having to pay a dime. So that's what people are doing when they're saying Prime Twitch sub. It's basically just using your Prime account to subscribe to my Twitch channel. So you're welcome to do that if you want to participate in that. All right, so what I'm going to do to figure out if we have a short on the main power rail is I'm going to measure the MOSFETs going in, the capacitors going into the MOSFET. And I do have 1 ohm right here. If I measure right there, this is ground. This is going to be our positive of our power rail here. And so now if we want to figure out if one of these are shorted, I'm just going to measure to the output here. And I bet we have 0. We do. So that means that from here to here is a 0 ohm reference, which means that one of these is a freaking wire. It could be all of them. I'm scratching all of them because I don't give a crap. These are done. All of these. So we're going to take them all off anyway. Do you want to do a bypass method just so you can see which one are bad? Because sometimes you need to figure out which one are bad. Are you guys interested in just seeing how that works? So we need to figure out which one is no bueno. And because the reference from here to here, if I measure from the main power rail to here, like these things are supposed to be isolated and they're supposed to be pulsing and producing a 1 volt or 1.2 volts or whatever it is, maybe 0.7. So we have 20 volts going into it, and then it's going to pulse on the PWM pin to end up creating a lower voltage. Tazzy just donated 5 subs. Thank you for that there, Tazzy Chopper. So it looks like 5 people will get to be a part of the channel for 30 days. Thank you for that. So the trick here is that since we do have a reference straight over here that's 0, then we don't have to inject that much voltage because we're going to inject from here to here, and one of these will heat up. All right. So I'm going to take the negative of my injection tool. I'm just going to clip it onto my negative of my meter probe so I can actually poke right there. So that will be our negative reference. And then I'm going to lower my voltage down because we don't need much voltage. And I'm going to, do you guys want to be able to see how much I'm injecting? Probably. The Dream Harp sequence enabled. Here, let me get you my injection tool so you can see it. Here, get another camera. Thrill just use their Prime. See, that's how that works. Thank you there, Thrill. And power meter. Okay, so this is going to be the short killer. We're going to inject. We don't need much. I'm going to do a 0.5 volt. That's plenty. All right, so we're going to have one side that's going to be connected to the output or the GPU side of the coil, and then one side's going to be the main power rail, and then we're just going to inject across there, and we can see that's heating up right over here. So let me see if I can, and how many amps did we pull for that? So at 0.6 volts, we're at 3 or 4 amps, whatever it takes. Going to rehab on Sunday, just found out. All right. Well, Doc, Rehab is going to be very, very helpful. Hopefully you're going to be up and out of that chair, walking around. Not just resub for 3 months. Thank you for that. Well, we're probably going to take the Sunday off anyway, so we're not going to have a stream next Sunday. And here, let me get this on a split screen so you can see which one it is. Gosh, those things are ugly, aren't they? So it doesn't matter where I inject. All of these are referencing the same area. So if I inject right here, it's the same as if well, you can't even see that. Let me move this over just a little bit. Okay. So I can inject here, here, or here. It doesn't matter, because what it's doing is it's all referencing the same area, and I can see that's this chip right there. So this is the one that's bad, but we're taking them all off anyway. I just wanted to show you that because it's hard to figure out which one's bad. And I used to take them off, is how I used to do it, where I just kind of like systematically take one off at a time. Drac, Prime sub, thank you. All right, so let me finish pulling out this board because we cannot continue working on this while it's in the machine, or else we'll end up melting the polymerase trying to take it out. Doc, praying for a speedy recovery. So our Doc White, he's our dedicated longtime viewer. He had a back surgery and he's been in the hospital, and he was touch and go for a while if he could even move his feet, and now he is doing much better, but still not out of the woods. See if water cooling fixes it. I'm telling you, if they just put that little pad on there, I mean, that would do it, right? So that's kind of what's annoying to me. If anybody owns one of these, just do what I do, or contact me. Actually, how's that? I'm fine with you. And I think I sell these. If not, I mean, they're gonna be like 99 cents or something. So I have a part number right here. Actually, let me give you the part number. Thanks for the Prime sub there. All right, so here's the part number. It's a 590FG. I think I have these on our website, I'm pretty sure. So it's just a little gummy pad. You're going to just stick it over that. So if you do own a 9530 with a 4060, then you're going to want to put one of these on here sooner than later. All right. Save it a trip. So what's going to end up happening is I'm going to be able to fix this board, but the GPU is not going to work. We're going to try to fix it as if the GPU will work, but it's not. The board's not trash. It's just the GPU is not going to work. Class action lawsuit. I don't know. I mean, you might be right, but it's not. It's not ruining the board, but it's ruining the GPU for sure. So I don't know how that falls. Is that how that normally works? Is like if it fails easily because of negligence, then I guess you could do it, right? I'm missing a screw. How am I missing a screw? Did the CPU survive? Stay tuned on this episode. Okay, and here's the other issue I have. This thing gets melted on here, and so I can't get it off. So the only way I can do it is I have to take my hot air and reheat it up. So I'm just going to kind of melt it to come off. See, it gets all pliable. Come on, baby. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. There it is. All right. Yes, you do have some, and you bought some. All right, I have some, and then you bought some. Cool. Awesome. All right, let's look around everywhere else just real quick, just to make sure we don't have anything else going on, but I'm pretty sure that's all it is we just have a shorted MOSFET on the main power rail. That's what's causing that one chip to get hot. And so, was that it? That was it. No, we haven't taken the MOSFETs off yet. That was just to get the board out. So I'm taking this little cover off so we can kind of do our once over on the board. We want to do our due diligence and not just assume everything's good, because when we have stuff like that heating up really bad, we sometimes have damage on the back of the board too. So here's the back of where the GPU is. So here's our burned up area. If I flip it right over, you can see how it's kind of discolored a little bit, but I don't see anything bad per se. Sometimes those capacitors will crack. That looks okay. That looks okay. There's our MPS chip that controls the MOSFETs for the CPU. There's our EC chip, and that's what I was concerned with at first. I thought our EC chip was going to have an issue, but it looks okay. And all the rest of that looks okay. What else we got? So here's our power management chip. This is one of our charging MOSFETs. Okay. So no issues that I can see that I'm scared about or that I'm worried about that I feel like needs to be addressed right this second. So what we're going to do is just pull off these MOSFETs. That's where we'll start. Okay. So I'm just going to put this little aluminum backer board on here because whenever I start heating on this pad, it sometimes starts swelling up. So I'm going to put this a little aluminum cover on here, and that just has some capped on tape. And so we're going to pull those three off. And the moment I pull off this first one, the short's going to be gone. The board will turn on. But we're going to go all the way. Okay? We're not stopping there. But wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. Do I have a dirty lens? Is my lens feeling dirty? Does my lens feel dirty to you guys? I don't think so. Sometimes there's a lot of reflections and stuff. Or maybe it's just out of focus. Let's see if I can get it in focus here. Okay, that looks pretty focused. I'll make sure this one's in focus. Yeah, see, I had to adjust my... There we go. Does that look pretty good? Are we okay? No. Looking good to me. Okay. So I'm going to pull this first one off. We can see that it's... See, it depends what we're trying to focus on. So, like, if I try to focus on this, then these sometimes will go out a little bit. And so I have it set up where each one of my eyepieces are separate focus points. And then the microscope goes up and down the focuses, and then the camera itself, I can actually have a separate focus on that too. The more focusing you can do, the better. I'm telling you. I've dealt with this on telescopes and on microscopes. This is very important to have lots of different ways of adjusting that. Okay, so we have the air on, 450 degrees C at 60% air. I'm just going to kind of heat this stuff, and I'm going to blow directly at these tantalum capacitors, and then I'm also going to melt this connector all at the same time. Just kidding. So these are tantalum capacitors, so they are electrolytic, so they can go kablooey, but I'm not going to try to blow the air at it. I'm kind of blowing it this way, and I don't want to melt this connector either. So I'm just kind of going that direction with it. And I'm kind of staying on these inductors more. There we go, we got that one off. Got that one off. And that one off. All right, so there we go. And the motherboard is fixed. The short is gone. Will it turn on? Yes. So it should be fixed now. That should be it. We can turn it on and it should run, and we'll just have no GPU. But that's not where we're going to stop. Unless we measure the GPU is shorted, and then we'll just stop right there. Yeah, the short is gone. Do you believe me? Do you believe me? I believe myself. But so here's our main power rail right here. If I measure, we're not getting a short there. Okay. And so no longer can I measure from here to here like we were doing, because that's not connected anymore. Now the question is, are these connected? Because remember we had that scenario on the other board? No freaking way. No freaking way. Okay, I was going to say, was this not connected? I was going to freak out if there was something burned under there. But there's a chance that we have all this stuff is all messed up here. We also have a chance that we have our PJ messed up, which is what controls those. I've also seen that we have our 7J, which controls our VRAM power supply. So this controls this MOSFET. It's a dual MOSFET that outputs voltage to power the VRAM. And then this controls these three MOSFETs, which outputs the voltage to power the GPU. So, you know, check for continuity in the coils. Yeah, so that's why we were checking across here. So that's why I checked from here to here. And so we're good to go on all that stuff. So this is actually, all these should measure connected. Wait, what? There we go. There, yep. So we're all connected. So we could go straight and just replace them, but I want to measure to see what our... Is the CPU shorted? So we're measuring our CPU, guys, and we have 0.2. So we have 0.2 on our CPU. So the CPU is shorted. CPU is trash. So there's no point in putting new MOSFETs back on here because the CPU is trash. So the next question is, what do you want to do about it? What I usually do about it is I call the customer and I just let them know, well, this is a common occurrence. I've seen this lots of times. and you're just going to use the board without the GPU working. And they're usually like, okay, or replace the board. Replacing the board on this is about $1,000. Another Wednesday, another donation, Cool Breeze. Thank you for that donation there, Cool Breeze. So let's go ahead and I just want to plug it in, see it turn on, and make sure everything works, and then we'll move on to the next repair. And but don't you want to see it work though? You don't even know if it works. You're just going by what I'm saying. How do you believe me? Why do you believe me? Like I know something. Actually, I want to clean up those connections. Let me do that. I can't just willy-nilly start leaving it like this, because if we have any solder bridges over here, I don't like. See, we have a solder bridge there. So let me clean up this solder on these connections before I assume everything's good or bad, because we could actually have one of those bridging across, right? Yeah, $1,000 for this one. It might even be more than that, actually, because they're one of those unobtainium, is that how you say it, right? Where you can't find it. And so I've had to buy machines in the past to get one of these boards. Like, just said, okay, well, I guess I'll spring, you know, $1,700 to get a board or to get a machine, and then I can sell the board out of it. And that's what I've had to do. We trust you. Oh, step one, trust me. And I'm trying out a new tip. So check out my new tip here. So this is the one I normally use on the other videos. This one. But I'm using this one. And what I like about this one, you see how much bigger it is? I think it has a little more heat. It's a little bit more awkward to get into places, but I think it's carrying a little more heat to the tip. And so I'm just giving it a try. I may be cursing at myself later. So we'll see. I only did, I think, a couple repairs with it so far. But this was one of the ones from the collection that came in on Sunday. You must giveth on Sunday too. Thank you there, Atari. Is everyone everyone going to be here on Sunday? Because I'm not going to be here. I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be with my children. Because it's Father's Day, at least in the U.S. Is it Father's Day in the other places in the world? Or is it only in the U.S. for that? All right, nothing's touching. Everything looks good. Let's remeasure. It's a poor cooling design. They should be self-healing for $1,000. Yeah, I mean, this machine's a $2,000 machine, easy. It may be even a little more than that whenever it's fresh off the line. With the 4060 and, you know, 4060 and whatever else that they had with it. Terabytes, 2 terabytes, whatever it takes. It is in France, too. Okay, so France has it. Happy Father's Day, thank you. No, same here in Canada. Okay, so yeah, so I think it is conclusive. We're just going to take Sunday off anyway because we have too many fathers out there. You are my father. Okay, I'm going to remeasure this just to make sure. And now we're at 0.8, 0.9, 0.8. That's actually might be okay. What do you think about that, people? What are you thinking? It went up to 0.8 now. That's actually a little more in range because a CPU is usually 2 to 4 and a GPU is usually like 0.3 to 0.4, and we're up in the 0.8s. It is the same as South Africa also. Wow, they might as well just put it everywhere around the world. So that means the GPU may have survived. Now, I've never seen a GPU survive in this scenario ever in my whole existence, but I want to see one. I do. I crave it. I do crave it. Let me grab a board and see if we can measure another one that isn't blown, but to see what's supposed to be measuring at that. I have to find one that's the same setup. I think this one's one. This one says GPU no detect, but the board works. So it's the same board though. It's funny. What does this one measure at? 1.4. That's a little bit higher. This one says, so this one's a different board layout. You see how it has those chips. Those aren't the same. This one has a bad GPU. Same board, bad GPU. 1.4, so 1.3. So I'm starting to think that 1.3 is going to be more in that realm. This one, See what this one is. This one's 0, 0. Yeah, this one's more shorted than the other one. Wait, now it's not. Maybe change the coils for science? For science! Everything's for science. I'm not convinced about that. Okay, that's all I got. All right, that's all I have to measure it on. I think the board was hot, but is it now better? I don't know. Should we just put it on there and just test it? It's still a little low though. Here, actually, I'm going to inject voltage in here. Let's inject some voltage and then see if it gets hot in a single spot. You concur? Next for science. Let's do that. We're just going to inject some voltage in there. If the whole chip gets hot, then we'll replace them. If only a point of it gets hot, then we're not going to replace them. Yeah, because otherwise it saves me time and it saves me chips. I don't want to have to put those chips on there if I don't have to. So we're going going 0.6, 0.7, whatever it takes. And we'll see how hot it gets. 0.6, 0.7. There we go. And well, it's not even getting enough heat. 0.7. I don't know what these voltages go up to. 0.8 maybe. $1.21 gigawatts. It's hard to tell. I guess the GPU might be getting hot. Here, I'm going to put some freeze spray on it because I can't tell. I mean, I can see it's a little warm around it, but okay. This will help out a little bit. All right, you ready? I missed. Half the voltage should do. Half a volt. Yeah, I mean, I'm up to 0.7 now. 0.8. I don't know. Like, you normally would be able to see something going on there. I mean, either side of the coil doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where I do it because of the way that it's set up, but is something getting hot somewhere though? Okay, I don't know. That's inconclusive to me. Yeah, there's no current. So, I mean, it does have, that's weird. So what are we up to now? Oh, look, we're up to 1.54 now. Okay, we're going for it, guys. We're going in hot. All right. Dude, if we can get this thing to, that'd be freaking awesome. AC! Thank you for fixing my 17R4 in the last stream. Epic 4-hour stream and the ending. So that was yours there, AC. Yeah, so if you missed it, last Sunday stream was pretty epic. We were able to solve a CPU failure in an epic way. So I definitely was happy about that. All right, so I'm happy to say that this is probably, might be okay. Probably might, I don't know. Bad coils, I mean, I don't think the coils are bad. We have, the connection's fine. That's what we wanted to make sure is we have a connection to the output here, right? So if we measure here, we measure here. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Ooh. Okay, we have a connection there, have a connection there. We don't have a connection here. But are these connected here? Bro, is it happening again? Did we just find another one of those? Dude, if this is happening, I'm gonna freak out. All right, so if we measure here to here, we have a connection, right? If we measure here to there, we don't have a connection. So if we measure here to here, why don't we have a connection? If we measure here to here, we have a connection. If we measure here to here, we have a connection. So are we missing a connection here? This is exactly what happened. Ha! Ha! Did we just find another crazy anomaly? Oh my gosh. Okay, let's pull this coil off. Let's figure out what the heck is going on here. And maybe this is what's computing. Maybe this is what's happening. Maybe this is what's happening, people. Right? So if we kind of just like, boop, 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 boop. If we think about this, we have 3 power phases to power a 4060. Okay? This one's on, it passes power, on, passes power, on, passes power. Now, if we have them all on and then it's needing power, but then this gets disconnected, there's some sort of trace under here that burns, and so no longer is it outputting through here, then these two are just sitting here just frying away. And then they get crazy hot with this stupid cooler that's on there, and it starts heating up and melts everything, and then this one ends up going thermonuclear and shorts out. Dude, that'd be crazy. You gotta be kidding me. Hold on, I'm grabbing another board real quick because I want to check something. I'm sorry, I'm getting excited. Excited or angry, one of the two. So this one, okay. This board I want to check also. Are you guys getting what I'm saying here? I don't know if I'm, like, I know I kind of go a little crazy whenever I start thinking about stuff. So here's another board that I'm assuming had the exact same issue. Okay, let's do it. So this should be connected to here. It is. This should be connected to here. It is. Is this one connected to here? It is. So that one's actually connected. So all of these should be connected together. If I measure here to here to here. Okay. But this one is not. That's not connected. These are connected, but this one's not. So this is separated under here somewhere. So we're taking that coil off and we're looking underneath it. Bro. Coffee time. Hold on. It would make sense if that does happen like that, why these burn up. I love things that make sense. I love it whenever it makes sense, right? I just thought it was a bad design. So maybe it is a bad design still, maybe, but if it's if it's just an issue of the trace not being able to withstand the heat or whatever, I don't know, or current. So I'm gonna peel it up. Where's my flux? So I'm just gonna tombstone this off of here. Actually, I guess I can just heat it right off of there, I guess. I was just gonna tombstone it. So tombstone means you're going to kind of heat up one side and pick it up off of there. I'll add a little bit of heat. Definitely a bad design. And again, oh yeah, so these don't have any cooling pads on them, right? So the inductors on the CPU have a cooling pad, but these don't. Whoa. Did you see that? Did you see how much smoke just came out? What just happened? Tyler, none. Thank you for that. Thank you for the donation there. I don't know where all that smoke just came from. That was weird. Hold on. Let me move up closer to my air. I don't know. It was just like this plume that just came up around me. I'm going to move right up against my air. I'm a little bit far away from it right now. Going to grab it. I don't care about this coil. It farted. Yeah, I'm wondering if one of these tantalums just blew up on me. It didn't make a noise though. See, I don't think the coil's bad. I think it's the trace underneath the coil. That's the only thing that would make sense. You know? Like we had on the last one. So this may be more common than we thought. Okay, let's look. Let's get down and dirty with that. Getting down and dirty. Getting down and dirty. Did the cat blow? I don't know if the cat blew. I can't tell, but we're going to have to check in a second. Let me clean this up here. Yep. I see it. I see it, guys. This is the craziest thing that has ever existed. And it must be a planned thing. It must be a fuse setup. Okay. There it is. There it is. It's like a fuse wire. It's a properly calibrated trace. That's what it is. They have made a properly calibrated trace. So if there's ever too much current, it just blows the trace. So look, there it is. Do you see it? AJ, thank you. They're on us. There. So look right here. So we have the trace right here. This is coming out of the MOSFET, comes over here, and it's supposed to connect right there, but this whole thing burned up. It's separated. So that thing's gone. So we'll have to put a big pad across there to connect that, or we just run a wire from there to there. Properly calibrated wire, of course. This is crazy that we have 2 streams in a row that we found this exact same issue. Did the CPU survive, or GPU survive? I have no idea. Dr. Sonic just sent 50 more subs. Dr. Sonic, you just sent 50 more subs. Dude. Dr. Sonic. You're a mad scientist, man. You're mad. You're going crazy. Thank you so much. What? He's a legend. Yes, that is that's pretty legendary, I gotta say. So everybody in the stream gets a sub, I guess. Dr. Sonic, I gotta figure out who you are, buddy. I don't know if I've ever seen you in the chat before. And now you're just dumping dumping gifted subs. What amazing balls. Yes, that is, thank you so much for that. I guess you're very happy about this trace that we found. Okay, so what should we do, guys? So should we plan on fixing this? Is that what we're doing? We're going in. Dr. Sonic. Oh, I'm going to get, Dr. Sonic's going to get his own shirt. Dr. Sonic, the mad scientist. You get a sub, you get a sub, you get a sub. Gifted memberships. 100 gifted memberships by Dr. Sonic. Easy pizza. That's what he's saying. Easy pizza. So I'm going to scrape away this here. We're going to try to get down and dirty. Getting down and dirty. That's a song, right? Hold my beer, please. Doctor. Just what the doctor ordered. Fix it for science. Yeah, so we're going to... Everyone wanted to go next, and we actually stopped for a second, and we figured out that we don't need to go next. If this GPU works, I'm going to do a chicken dance. Okay? I'm going to get up and cluck like a chicken. Because I can't believe it. I cannot believe. But what about the smoke? Yeah, what about the smoke? Where did that smoke come from? I'm going to figure that out. I mean, I did have... Yeah, you can see this much better now. All right. So that is preventing this MOSFET from powering this inductor to output to the GPU. So with this thing disconnected, then these are having to overwork and this one's burning up. And so it gets very hot. So I'm assuming this is a problem that's plagued on all these machines. And, oh, and this is the feedback right here. So I'm assuming that this thing can detect that it's having an issue here because it's not connected. But we're going to put a big copper trace around that. So White and Nerdy Nate, the old Nerdy Nate. Yeah, so I'm going to have to replace this with the copper trace, and then we're going to try to figure out what the smoke was. I don't think it's one of these. We can check these and make sure they're not smoky. Make sure they're not shorted or something. Yeah, we don't have a short. I think it's just that. Oh, this one? Is this one shorted? Nope. I was going the wrong direction with it. Oh, test the coil. You want to test the coil itself? Okay, here's the coil, the one that we took off. I don't have a milliohm meter, so it's not going to be very helpful. Should I buy a milliohm meter, guys? So, should I buy one? I can do Henry's. Let's go Henry's. Do I have Henry's on here? I should have Henry's on here. Milli Henry's. I don't see inductance on here. That's a stupid meter if I don't have inductance. I don't have no Henrys on here, man. I'm pressing hard. The harder I press, the better the connection is. I'm missing some Henrys. Okay, 0.02. No way. Okay, ELR. An ELR meter. Yeah, that's okay. I'll buy one of those. I'm going to task myself to buy myself a milliohm meter or a ELR meter. Does anyone know of a good one? Email it to me if you know of a good one that you've actually bought that's good. Because it basically has those extra little probes on the end there. But I will buy one of those now that I have Dr. Sonic giving 100 subs. Thank you for that there, Dr. Sonic, the crazy mad scientist. Okay, so let's rebuild this trace here. Let's get some new inductor and new MOSFETs, and bro, if this is going to work. Because I've actually went through and replaced every component in this whole area, and I'm like, nope, sorry, I guess it still doesn't work. I don't know, I don't understand. ESR, scope and signal generator. I have my scope and I can do a signal generator, so if I do it through a signal generator, what will it will give it like a sawtooth or something, right? Or what will it do if you send it through the signal generator? I only have 1.21 gigawatts. Use some tweezers and a USB attachment. Don't have one of those. One wire was in the air, maybe for feedback. Well, these are feedback usually. Is that what you're talking about? And also, I want to measure all these resistors while we're at it. Let's do that. Make sure all of these are good. One should be 2.2. Yep. Tyler, thanks for the Coolest Fans membership. Welcome. Go, Nate, go. Let's do it. We're going to get it. We're going to get it. Is the meter working? Yes. Okay. 2.2. Sure, you would tell me if it wasn't. Okay, so all those are working, or all those are fine. All right, let's rebuild this real quick because we're going to get our copper tape. Where's our copper tape at? Don't I have a piece somewhere? It's not it. Not it. I thought I had a piece of it a second ago. I'm not sure, but check under the other coils to see if it's that way too. Well, if you know what? We could check. Let's pull them all off for science just to check, because we could have something that's halfway eaten. Now they are connected. Did we just, Dr. Sonic? What'd you just do? Dr. Sonic, you're killing me. He just sent another 50 subs. Dr. Sonic, he's crazy. He's crazy. Dr. Sonic. What? What is he doing? What is he doing? Well, that's one way to hit it. That's the way he's hitting it hard, though. Gosh. So that's 150 subs or 150 memberships that he's gifted. That is by far. I thought 50 was a lot, and then another 50, and then 150. So I think he's definitely on the top for that. So this is how we're going to end up doing this. I'm going to take these off because I want to see if we have a halfway pulled off or eaten away underneath each one of those things too. We're all becoming members. Yeah, we have 800 people in the chat. If we can, they're all going to become members eventually. You guys are crazy. That's like $750 in one session. I don't know if they're $50. Oh, is that right? 50 times 5, that's 250. Is that 50 times $5? That's 25. That's 200. What the what? That is like $750. Wow. Well, thank you. I mean, I can't even believe it. Are you able to fix an SSD with a bad controller? So I only work on motherboards. So if you're talking about like an SSD built on the motherboard, then possibly, because I've done that. I've done transfers at least. But if you're talking about just a plain SSD, I'm not a data recovery guy. You know, Rossman Repair Group would be the way to go on those. Like he would take care of that. He's in Austin here, and they are probably the best and best priced and the most reliable place to do that. And then secondly would be, you know, the old Northridge, I guess. So no, I don't know. Dr. Sonic is this. He's a DDR5 7500 stick of overclocked memory is what he is. Let me pull these off. I just want to see if we have a burn trace or a starting of a burn trace on the back side of there. Because it does look a little spicy under there, right? It look a little spicy. But we can see what it's supposed to look like. So YouTube subs 50 is $250. So yeah, he just sent... Dr. Sonic is playing a divorce with Elon Musk. Oh my gosh. No divorces. Yeah, so $250. That's $750 there. Dr. Sonic, you are a madman. I appreciate it. We always need a little bit of insanity in a stream. Shenanigans. Shenanigans. Someone asked for shenanigans, and they did receive it. Dr. Sonic is going to Twitch now. Oh no. He's coming on the Twitch. Oh my gosh. Uh-oh. Get ready, Twitchers. He's coming in hot. He's coming in hot. Where am I looking for? I need some... this. Oh yeah, try MD Repairs. Yeah, on YouTube. He's awesome. He's hilarious too. But he is one of the better people who I've seen actually recover some really crazy stuff. I was just thinking of Rossman because he's in town. Regional price exists. $250 is the upper limit. It's 1,000 AUD. Hell, that's crazy. $1,000. That'll pay for this repair. That'll pay for this guy's motherboard. We had to replace the motherboard. Dr. Sonic stole his mother's credit card. That's what it is. Dr. Sonic, an evil genius. All right, so these other traces look good. Now, this is something I just kind of want to look back from here. You can do it. Thank you there, AJ. Thank you. Who did I miss? Miss somebody? Ace. Nate, I think that Dr. Sonic deserves a case of flux candles for you from that. Yes, he does. I'll have to get some flux candles. I need to order them. It would be nice to have some of those to at least send out to people too. Sonic subs, that's what those are called, Sonic subs. So these all look good. I just want to do a little overhead shot of this. So we have the separated trace here. You can see that it actually did burn up and it's separated, so that pad's no longer connected. So the fact that this is not connected made this not be able to help supply the power to the GPU, and so then we have these 3 chips on, but only 2 of them actually powering it, and then making these overheat, and then this one burning and going thermonuclear. So I'm glad that we checked the traces. They're fine. The inductors are probably fine, so we'll be able to put those back on, but we're going to need to rebuild this trace right here with a piece of foil, copper foil here. So I have a piece right here, and so I'm going to add some solder to these 2 pads here. I just scraped that away, and then we'll solder that on there, and then we'll be able to get a new inductor put on top. So I usually like to just put this on upside down. So one side's sticky on this because it is a tape, and we're going to put sticky side up because what we're trying to do is solder to it, and then once we have it soldered, then we can cut it down to size and then take off all the sticky, if that makes sense. All right. Have you tried glue? Have you tried hot glue? Have you hot glued anything onto a board lately? The hot glue, you know, hot glue is pretty much my favorite glue, by the way. Now, I don't know if I like to solder with hot glue. Like, I'm sure I could probably do this and it would probably connect. You see how it's connected right now? But do you think that will stay? I don't know. You see, I did the solder bridge. I just don't know if it's going to be good enough, right? Because if we have solder melting and getting hot, I'd rather have a piece of something to build it, put it together, you know. Dr. Sonic's flavored candle. That's what it smells like, money. Oh, yes, so we need to add that to the candle list. Black Horse Repairs is going to make every candle flavor there is. We're going to have him make burnt plastic, burnt electronics, and now the Sonic flavored candle that smells like money. Smells like memberships. The middle pad seems, what did you say? I lost it. Middle pad seems slightly sus-cornered. Yeah, let's check that. Is it after I put the stuff on there? After I put the soda on there? Put the soda on there. So I'm going to try to keep this nice and big. Extra big. Extra big. And then I'm going to try to get all this sticky off of here. There we go. I like it like that. That's how I like it. And I'm going to cut the rest of it away. I know it looks kind of jank. That's cool. Ain't nothing wrong with a little jank. What, dodgy? No. Dodgy? It's not dodgy. Get some sticks of conductive hot glue. That's what we need. Check Discord. Semper says check Discord. Semper, if you're going to send me something on Discord, just direct DM me because it's hard for me to find it. If you don't mind. Cool Breeze. Welcome back to the Cool Fans Club. Okay, so here's what Semper's showing me here. We have a corner here that looks a little bit interesting. Now I think the trace is coming up on this side, so it shouldn't matter per se, but we'll take a look at that. Thanks for sending that over. Let me cut this extra stuff off and then we'll get over there. So what I like to do is solder it on and then go a little cutty cut. Some crazy neat. And then we'll just peel that off. Send Dr. Sonic a toothbrush as well. Dr. Sonic, yes, you get an autographed toothbrush for that. You should get some foil that looks and smells like bacon. It's bacon. We do love bacon flavored stuff, don't we? I do love bacon. That's always been like kind of my go-to on Father's Day. I'm like, I want to wake up with the smell of bacon. So kids, can you make that happen? So we're going to get bacon flavored candles and flux and money. There we go. I'm fine with it looking like that. Are you guys okay with that? It's not too close to this, is it? No, there's plenty of room there. Does that look okay? It looks ugly, but once we put that on top of it, it'll be our little secret. Nobody will know it's there. I left it a little big, but it's strong now. It's strong like bull. We don't have to worry about it no more. All right, let me clean this up, and then we can take a look at that other trace there. Super dodgy. You like how super dodgy it is? We're going for super dodgy. This is Dr. Sonic approved. Dr. Sonic. All right, look how good that looks. That thing is huge. It will never burn up. It's never gonna get it, never gonna get it. Yep, never gonna get it. So what are we looking at? This little weird little edge thing? Oh, is it just a little gunk? Okay. So the trace is actually right here. It's this whole thing. Look at this. Again, a bad design straw. We can't look at it here, but look at this. This is like one big trace and goes straight onto it. This is one big trace and goes straight onto it. Now maybe it only has like a small connection. Let's look at this other board that doesn't. Oh no, it has coils on it. But it looks to me like these are better connected than this one. I mean, now this one's like super connected, super positioned. So, a Sonic, what does it say? Autographed Sonic toothbrush. Sonic the Hedgehog toothbrush. I don't know why my super chat window's not working, or my bell message window's not working anymore. Maybe I have it on a different window. Let me see if it works on this one. Nope, it's not working. It's annoying. It's annoying. Editing. Let me see. Sorry, I'm going to try to see if I can get this running. How do I run it? Connected remote. Give me a second. I can't see what you're saying right this second because I'm like trying to get this chat thing working. Docs. There we go. Launch. Oh, it's not working. Okay. All right. Well, oh well. Oh, there it goes. Now it's showing up. Autographed Sonic toothbrush. There we go. It just showed up for me finally. Coolest fans, Mark. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, we got a lot of people joining tonight, which is awesome. All right. So what should we do first? Should we install these? We got so much stuff to install. So little time. So little time. Looks a little bit too sloppy, too big. Okay, so you guys are want me to dial it down a little bit? All right, so what do we have? This line right here? So you want me to dial it back to this a little bit? Who thinks it's too big and ugly? He broke my bell. He rang my bell too much. Dr. Sonic, you rang my bell. Is this too big? It's too much for you, huh? You can't handle the truth. Okay, we'll cut that down just a little bit. I'm only going through the top layer. Cut this one down a little bit too. You guys want it to look pro, I guess. Okay. Okay. Is this better? Is that more professional? Less dodgy? I like it strong. It's big and ugly, like me. It's big, it's ugly, it's like me. Yeah, this is hard. There's too much swaddle on that. So I'm going to leave that. I'm okay with that. It's all underneath. You're not going to see it. Here, I'm going to put it on here. You guys won't even notice. It will look like this. You won't even know what's happening here. That's what it'll look like, and then we'll put some solder mask on there, okay? So solder mask. You won't get to see nothing. It's a solder mask, all right? Okay, we're going in. We're getting this installed now. So let me preheat the board. Actually, I'm going to put some fresh solder on those. God, I can't say it. Sold her. Sold her on these. Sold her. It's Uncle Bob. Hey, it's Uncle Bob. Nothing to see here. Right, not to cut. I mean, you shouldn't cut anything you can't see. That's what I'm thinking, at least. There's that. I'm just going to try to preheat the board a little bit before I stick these things on here. Check it with your first meter. You want me to check to see how much connection I have there? Sonic the Hedgehog. It just came to you in a dream. That was a good one there. Santa Claus. Sonic the Hedgehog. What's interesting is that trace in between there, you have to do a solder bridge across it. Why is that? Because if it's not connected, then it says no sensor. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Sonic the Hedge Fund. Sonic the Hedge Fund. Okay. One Rossmann flux needed. Looks like a chicken dinner to me. Chicken enchilada. Chicken enchilada. All right, we're going to try to get this in place. Now, if I try to tack it on with just a soldering iron, I don't know if I'll be able to do it, but we will try. So let me tack the backside on first. I don't know. How do I want to do this? This board looks so ugly. I want to scrub it some more, though. Get all this black off of here. You're here now. You made it. We've been waiting for you all night. Okay, can I get this to sit down? So this tip is not hot enough. I can feel it already. It kind of keeps sticking. So the board will need to be heated in order to get enough on there. Dude, it's bridged. Where's it bridged at? That's the whole point. It's bridged. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to bridge it. Don't you know that? Trying to bridge it. Get your home. Good. Your home looks good. Okay. Stay. Got it. World Cup followers. Yeah, how many people are watching the World Cup right now? I'm not a big football or sports person in general, so I haven't watched any of it, so I'm sorry. But I know that there's plenty of people out there who are big fans, big fans. Okay, so let's just check to make sure we have connection before I move on. The bridge, the SATA bridge. Okay, so our goal is to have it connected from here to here, and we have a connection, so that's good. And then our goal is to have it connected from here to here, but that's not going to work because we don't have all these on here, but these are all connected, so we're good. So let's just move along. Move along. When Dr. Sonic was going to gift more subs, I just want to see the gifted new sub message spammed again. Oh, I know, I'm waiting for him to show up on Twitch and do that. Forced to watch it while we work, sadly. Aw, well, because they're at work and they have it on the TVs. Nope, mostly tech guys. No sports time. I would just say, is sports ball on? That's what I would say. Well, go sports. Go sports ball. Now, I watched the basketball playoffs, a little bit of it. That was interesting. I'm in Austin. San Antonio's right south of us, so I thought it'd be great. San Antonio wins. That's what I normally go for, but then I thought it'd be cool if Knicks won because of they haven't won forever, so I'm kind of not like a diehard fan of any team. But yeah, I don't really watch most sports. Maybe the championships and most things, I guess. I might get into those a little bit. Let me get a donor board. I'm going to steal one off of this because I don't want to use that one coil that burned up. New shirt. Parts People presents The Wild World of Sports. Go sports with 2 thumbs. All right. Yes, on the TV at work. Die Hard, the fine movie. Also golf. I've watched golf. I watch more bowling. If I'm going to watch a sport, I'll watch bowling, which is really funny. My wife looks at me like, that seems so boring. But I'm like, well, I'm a bowler, so I like bowling. I like watching bowling. So, pretty entertaining. You never know what you're going to get. It's like a box of chocolate. It's like a box of chocolate. Has anyone ever said that about bowling? I don't know. So, it would be crazy to think that this would like work if I could have just changed that MOSFET out and then just ran a jumper wire, and it might have worked, for all I know. Shorts, shorts, shorts. 300 games are always fun to watch. Yeah, watching multiple games on the TV at the same time. Yeah, a buddy of mine has like an 85-inch TV and then 250 inches on either side because he has multiple sports games on at the same time. He's really into this sports ball. 5-pin or 10-pin? 10-pin bowling. I thought you were saying 9-pin or 10-pin because isn't it like duck bowling versus... I didn't know there was a 5-pin bowling. Is there really a 5-pin? Not familiar. Dr. Sonic, what did you do? You dirty little bastard. Dr. Sonic just gifted another 50 subs. I don't even know what to think. He did it again. Dr. Sonic just gifted another 50 subs. That's another 50 people that get another membership for another month with us. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, you evil genius, you. The coil is in the wrong way. I don't think it matters. Does it matter? I don't think it matters. I've never thought of it mattering. You know what? I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. Now, I could be wrong, which is crazy because I might have just always happened to put it in the right way, but I don't think it matters. Inductance, polarity equals none because it's an inductor. It's just a coil of wire. There's no starting, no end. There's no starting, no end. And plus it would have a pin 1 on it. All right, those are good. But thanks for making me doubt myself. Appreciate it. Made me look a little bit like foolish for a second. Just a kidding. Just a kidding. Oh, dream sequence, dream harp sequence, coming in hot. Doctor, just what the doctor ordered. This guy is a crazy one. I gotta know more about this guy. He's Dr. Sonic. You have piqued my interest. I want to know who you are and what you do. I want to know all about you. He's crazy. All right, so we have our brand new MOSFETs in there, and I mean not MOSFETs, inductors. It looks okay. Looks okay. I'm going to go ahead and put some fresh solder on these. Oh, I don't know if I want to. I hate doing that because whenever I add solder here is whenever I have issues trying to get it added. So, but they are brand new ones we're putting on, so we're going to end up putting it on here. Okay. So we're going to put some fresh solder on all these pads, and then we're going to grab brand new MOSFETs. Let me make sure that they are brand new. They should have brand new ones. I've just been running into the AliExpress phenomenon of pissing me off. Nope, these are DigiKey, so they're legit. Legit, right? These were, which chip was it? I'm a lefty. Darren's a lefty. What's your average there, Darren? So AT00 is what I'm looking for. And these are my AT00s. So I have those chips. Dr. Sonic has an illness. Oh my gosh. He owns a data center. I think Dr. Sonic is AI. Well, it could be. Definitely could be. Oh my gosh. Dr. Sonic is a I can never say the word. I know what the word it is. I just can't say it. Why can't I say it? God darn it. I only trust Mauser. DigiKey at least is something. Something more than AliExpress. So. Okay, so fill and throw pissed. Thank you. Fill and I can't do it all together. Now all we need is AI. So in college, I bowled mid 200s, and that was a long, long time ago. Yeah, well, I took about 15 years off from bowling, and then I got back into it, and I thought I was going to be like a 190 bowler, and then I immediately was bowling a 210 average, and so right now I had kind of a bad end of the season last season, but right now I'm about 208 or something like that. But my high game so far this season, or since I came back, was a 279. So I haven't got a 300 this year, or I mean, since I got back. It's been a long time since I've done that. And I've only bowled a couple 700s since I've been back, which is a 3-game series. 279, yep. That means it's only one spare. And plenty of 260s, 250s. I mean, last week I had a 255. I bowled a 220 something with 2 opens even. I had 2 splits, and I had a 223 or something like that. Dr. Science found Nate's lost credit card on the ground. Oh no, and he's just running it. He's just running it and giving Google a cut. When do we get the bowling stream? You know, it'd be funny if I did that, because I bowl every Monday, but maybe if I did it where I was just kind of like in practice or something. I don't know. It's just like, it's weird because you're trying to mix. I would almost have to have a separate, channel or something, because you're mixing technology with bowling. I don't know. It's weird. What would you do that for? Why would you do that? These were AT00s, right? Was I right on that? I'm doubting myself. Here's the one I took off of here. AT00. Okay. Is Dr. Sonic real or for shenanigans? You know what? What if I was the one who set up Dr. Sonic to encourage you to create or to donate. That's what it is. It's a new bot that you order. His name is Dr. Sonic. He goes to your stream and then like does all these donations and then makes other people say, well, I want to donate too. That's what it is. Nobody tell Nate that Dr. Sonic stole D of his CC. Please no. Please no. I wish you can gift more bourbons. I love the bourbon. Gotta love the bourbon. Right now I have a bottle of the wheated, what is it? Shoot. Redemption wheated bourbon. Woo. Some good stuff right now. Put some laptop clear acrylic over it. We're gonna soup this thing up. If we can get this GPU to show up, we're gonna actually do the right thing to it and get it so it will never go out. But if this thing works, I'm gonna be so amazed. So amazed. So what right now, because these are new chips, we have to tin them. We have to get solder on all the pads. And I sure do love that I have too much on there. That's my favorite part about tinning pads, is whenever you put too much solder on the chips. So you donate to yourself? Well, you know, gotta make myself feel good about myself. Allow myself to introduce myself. That's a line from like Austin Powers, right? Allow myself to introduce myself. Come on. Tin all those pins. Tin the pins. Tin the pins. Tin in the pins. Yeah, Austin Powers. Double oaked. Ooh, double oaked is so good. Yeah, this one's a wheated bourbon, but I have a double oaked. What did I buy? I also bought a double oaked Bondstone. A Bondstone double oaked. So I have that. I bought those at the same time. So I kind of rotate back and forth. Enough solder on the chips there, Nathan? Yeah. Nothing but the best. Yeah, well, I'm going to try to take away some of the middle. I really just need to get it to stick to the edges here, these pins. That's what I'm really focusing on. I know it looks crazy. It almost looks dodgy. Would you say it looks too much? Looks crazy. I'm going to suck off a little bit in the middle. Suck it off. Suck it off. But I'm telling you, if you didn't do this, you'd really be hating yourself. All right, let's suck off some of that. How many times can I say that in a row? It's floating back and forth. It's bubbling. It's bubbling on the flux. PA. Shake the chip while it's hot. Okay. Put a little bit more of this good smelling stuff on there. Slurry. Wow. All right, so I'm just going to try to suck off just a little bit of this. No, no, that was the problem. Okay, that was too much. See, this is the problem with chips. This is the problem with chips these days. Back in my day, we didn't have this much solder on our chips. All right, so that's perfect. I like that. That one's good. Okay. Is that what y'all say? Back in my day, we didn't need to pretend the chips. Okay, that looks pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, next. I know this looks crazy. Crazy Nate's in the house. But sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Come on, suck it up. Suck it up. Alright. Alright, we are ready. We are ready. Now, if I just pulled it off a donor board, I won't need to do this. It's just because they're brand new. What just happened? Oops, he did it again. He sent $250 more. Another 50 subs. Dr. Sonic, what are you doing? Do you have the Google Unlimited credit card? Do you have the... He sent 250 subs. 250 subs. Jack, thank you for the membership for 2 months. I just saw that. Saved another laptop membership also. Thank you for that. Oh my gosh. You are so crazy. Dr. Sonic is a crazy man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. He gifted 250 subs. I don't even know what to say at this point. I'm telling you, it's crazy. It's just crazy talk. It's crazy talk. I'm telling you, he stole my credit card. Yeah, that's about right. That's on point there. Well, thank you for that. That's a $1,250 donation to the channel. That helps me out for any of those repairs that I spent way too much time on and was not able to fix. But I did it for science. So that's how we're doing it. Okay, so let's go through and install these chips, and then we can kind of wrap this up. Oh my gosh, look at all that solder I have in the middle of those. Ugh, it's too much. Can't handle it. Clean the desk. You're right. Clean up after myself. I also see these big blobs here that I don't like. Oh, it's not hot enough. It's not hot enough. Okay. Hate it. I think Dr. Sonic should pause for a while. He should be paused for a while just because he's doing too much donations. It's hard to keep up with chat. So crazy. He's maniacal. He's an evil master. The tip is too small. Yeah, I know. This is my new tip I was trying out, and I thought because it had a bigger, like, shaft, the tip would make up for the big shaft. I thought the girth would help, but the girth did not help. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying. I have too much solder on here too. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. I'm done with this. I'm done trying to clean this up. Oh my gosh. This normally should not take this long. I only want to do this once. That's why I'm like trying to make sure we have all this stuff right. That's what she said. I should cut the wick. I should cut the wick, shouldn't I? That would be smart. Only smart people cut wicks. All right. Oh my gosh, I keep this. I don't know how much I like this tip. No, stop. Oh. All right, every time I'm like trying to get in a certain angle, I start touching something else, and then it adds some more. Okay, whatever. Whatever. All right, here, I'm gonna take a break for a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay. I've just been in that position for a long time. Give me a second. We have our chips here. I'm gonna have a sip of some coffee. How's everyone doing out there? How's Dr. Sonic doing? He's crazy. So, you aren't Ishmael from Kingpin? Bowling 18 frame games with 180 pins, 180 points. I bowled against the guy with handicap last week. He got a 319 with handicap. I'm like, dude, you're killing me here. It's not the size of the tip, but it's how you use it. Right. How's Dr. Sonic's wallet? Well, apparently, how deep is it apparently? Windows 11 updated my BIOS to 1.39 on my Dell, and it only goes to 1.36. I've seen that before. I've seen that where Dell's website has an older one than Microsoft is pushing out. I don't get it. I don't know. I don't know. 1,000 subs. Wouldn't it be more fun? There's 877 people in the chat, so we can get all of them. Dr. Sonic, the 2015 viral song, Rich. Okay, drink some oh yeah, I have a little bit of green left here. Gotta get my green on, so we're gonna finish our green up. Tweezer brand. Tweezer brand is, so I use two different types. So I use this one. So Chinese #1, it's a mechanic. And the number is high precision. Sometimes they have different numbers on it. Oh yeah, the AAC 14. Ooh, come on. Come on, you can focus. You can do it, baby. There you go. AAC 14, right there. So you can search for that on AliExpress. So these are blue mechanic ones. These are okay. And then these, like right here, are really precision, but they're a little more sensitive. They break, but I buy them in these little sets. And so they basically have a tilted one, and then they have one that's straight. I like the straight ones, but you can buy them, and I don't know what the number is on those. They're, oh, here you go. It's an RT. Come on. There we go. Did we just get another donation? I can't see. It's an RT145 R14SA. There you go. Okay. Did I miss something here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gosh, crazy. Did I miss anybody? Thanks for the new sub. I just knocked something behind my desk. Okay, we're gonna get back to it. I'm just gonna drink my green juice. Hello from Ali. Yeah, all from AliExpress. I mean, they probably have on Amazon, which is the same place as ordering from AliExpress. It was a 145A or a 14SA. I couldn't tell. Remember, Purple Heart is not an award. It's a consolation prize or consolation prize for not keeping your butt down. Unfortunately, I got 3 of those. Oh my gosh. All right. What make is it? Oh, this one is a Relic. Is that right? A Relific. Whatever that brand is. What amazing stream. It is pretty amazing. Okay, it'll be more amazing if we can get this to work. I just wanted to take a little break. I'm sorry about that. And, all right, it's time to install these brand new MOSFETs. Literally, not even out of Soren's box. Step 1, buy them from DigiKey and then put them in your own box. Step 2, install them. So we're going in. After 11 years, it's Linux time. I definitely use Linux at home. And then here I tried to use a Linux, but I couldn't because I have too many Windows applications that need my, or to run the stream, basically. All my tools and stuff. There are some, like OBS will run, but there's plenty of other stuff that I need a special thing for. Cool breeze. What you got? All right, get that installed. Get down in there. Oh, I'm moving around too much. Stay. Okay. I'm gonna get the next one on. So while the board's hot, you want to kind of go systematically right through all of them, and then we'll adjust them later. So what I'm doing is I'm kind of trying to figure out which direction they go, and then putting them on that way because I can't really see. And I can tell you right now, the tweezers I'm holding right now, I don't actually like as much. I like how precision they are, but they actually open too hard, so I have to squeeze a little extra hard to get them to close. And then I end up dropping the thing that I'm holding. So the blue ones are a little bit easier to open and close, but the issue I'm having with that is that it, wait. This is an old one, right? Here's the new one, right? No? What is that? Is this a new one? Why does this look different? Can't tell. No, this is one of the new ones because it has the same markings on here. That's funny, it just looked a little weird to me. It was just a flux residue. Not enough solder. I hope there's not enough. I just don't, all I want to do is tin the pads. I don't need to have enough solder on the chip itself. I just need the pads to be tinned because the flux on the board will get it. All right, so now we can go back and kind of get them seated properly. I'm excited. This one had too much solder, man. Look at all that extra solder. Ouch. Suck it up. Okay. Go to the next one. Okay, press it down. Okay. All right. I moved something. Do I need to straighten it out? I know I've been bumping some chips like crazy. Yeah, some observations of 2R2 moved. I know I bumped this one earlier, but I thought it went back into place, but we'll double check it in a second. Okay. All right, let me get this last one seated down properly, and then we'll double check everything. But I did bump this one, but it did go and suck right back in. I don't see any of the other ones moving. Look at all that solder coming out. Crazy amount of solder. It's like liquid metal. It's like a quart. Suck it up. There you go. We're going to double check everything in a second. All right, let me clean this up so I can at least see what we're looking at, and then we're going to make sure everything's good before we move on. Whew. I moved completely a few weeks ago to Windows because of some games. There's games that you can run on Linux, and there's games you cannot run on Linux. That's just the way it works. So you have to dual boot most of the time. At least that's what I hear. I don't play a lot of games. We're still on the first PC. That's right. We almost gave up on this one, and then we were like, wait a minute. It actually is measuring okay. Wait a minute. This is not messed up. Too much heat? You think I have too much heat? Mucho caliente? It was already hot over here. This thing was really spicy. It was a spicy. It looks pretty bad. We can only do what we can do here. Okay, so observations is this can be reflowed a little bit if we wanted to deal with that. Those pins are fine. These pins are fine. I mean, we can reflow some of this stuff if we want to. All that stuff's connected. We got some stuff popping out the side back here, some bigger solder balls. Here, let me change the contrast. See that a little bit better for me. So this could be reflowed if we want to. It's going to be functional, all this is. That's a little solder ball. That's going to be functional. I just don't want anything tied together. Those are fine. Looks fine. Looks fine. So I think that we're fine to actually try it out. If we want to reflow this stuff, we can make it a little bit prettier. Like all of this looks a little bit janky. But I don't even know if this thing's going to work. So that's kind of my main thing, is that we're getting to the point where, you know, we don't even know if this thing was going to work in the first place, and we need to try to we got to figure out how we're going to spend our time. If we are trying to make it function first and then work second, you know, or work first and function, or wait, both of those things are the same thing. Work and function. Look pretty is what I meant. Check resistance. So yeah, let's do that. It should be cool enough. Should be cool enough. So we should be at 1.3. So we're at 0.5, but that was okay because whenever we measured earlier, I think if we go this direction with it, 0.5, and when it's warm, it will do that. I'm going to cool it off with some freeze spray. So now that we have it cooled off, there we go. 1.5. That's what we're looking for. 1.3 or 4, somewhere around there. So, is the GPU going to come on, guys? Oh, I just hit that damn wire again. Okay. After 2 hours, will it work? It will not work. After 2 hours, it will not work. But I'm going to put a stick of RAM in here. Yes or no poll. So we have a poll running. So go ahead and put your votes in. I'm going to put a stick of RAM in here. We're going to light this up under the thermal camera because that's the way it goes whenever we want to see what's actually coming on. And I'm going to go as high up here. So what we're going to be looking for, CPU coming on first, and then we should see the VRAM come on and the GPU come on, okay? So that's what we're going to be looking for. All right. So let me pull up the current meter, spike current meter. The board should turn on because we relieve the short, and the GPU should come on because, yes, because Dr. Sonic says it will come on, right? All right, you ready? I told you if this is going to work, then I'm going to jump around and do a chicken dance or something. There we go. 3, 2, reset spike. What's that 0.04? It's pretty reset. So, all right, you ready? 3, 2, 1. 0.03. And nothing? And that thing's still hot. What? What? Well, that was anticlimactic. We didn't check the main power rail. Is the main power rail shorted again? How's that possible? Well, it's not shorted here. Is that right? 1 ohm. We have 1 ohm here. $25. VRAM? Nope. Okay, I don't know, guys. I don't know. Yeah, it could be the control chip. Yeah, it could be the PWM. This chip looks a little skew, maybe? Do you think it could be my placement of my chip? Reflowing that may fix it. But I'm going to inject voltage just a little bit, just a tad, just a wee bit. And we're going to see what's getting hot, but that doesn't make sense to me because we didn't have a short before we put a chip on there. So do you think we install a chip that's bad? Do you think that's possible too? Brand new chip. Worked on it the second half. Do the dance. I'll still do the dance if it works eventually. I was expecting it to at least power on. That's kind of a pathetic move here. Okay. So we're definitely not doing an amp. We're going to do very little. What? And now it's not shorted? What? I'm putting... Nothing's happening. And now it's not shorted. What does that mean? This is not shorted. And this is... But this is shorted now. No, it's not shorted. All right, I'm going to plug it back in again. I don't think the PD is bad. Now it's turning on. Joker. I don't know why it was messing with me. Okay, so CPU. Forgot we need the battery though. Hold on, let me get this going again. Let me unhook all this. That's weird. Why would the main power rail show a short? Maybe it was a capacitor that was charged up. The gate shorted. Yeah, maybe one of the gates were still hot. You know, it's just kind of stuck. Yeah, that's probably what it was. Chicken dance for Dr. Sonic. Dr. Sonic. Okay, turned on. Turned on. Oh gosh. Well, it technically turned on, but we haven't gotten to that point yet. So hold on. I have to plug a battery into it or else it won't turn on, because that's the way it is on this one. Let's see where we're at. Plug a battery into it. There you go, Dr. Sonic. You got yourself a chicken dance. But I haven't seen this thing turn on yet, so we're going back to this. Okay. Okay, Nate has lost it. I have lost it, I tell you. Okay, so let's look at this again. So we have the main power rail, or the GPU, CPU, so CPU, GPU. And so we want this to come on first, and then we want the VRAM to come on around this. So I'm gonna plug it in now. 3, 2, 1. So we just don't want that to go above 100 is our goal. So I'll pay attention to that and make sure it doesn't go above 100. So 54, wait for this to come on. 70, 80, 90, okay, we're done. All right, so this time we're gonna plug it in, but I'm gonna measure the voltage on our GPU power rail to see if it ever comes on. And we don't have any voltage on our GPU. I'm actually measuring on our inductors here, like right there. And if I plug the battery back in, it will not stay on without the battery, because it basically needs the battery during its startup phase. So we may have a bad PWM controller too. May have bad something else. This is exactly what I ended up going through every single time I mess with this. Please tell someone, clip that. Please, I hope no one clipped that. That was only supposed to be for us, nobody else. Nobody else is supposed to see that. Okay, so we could have something wrong with one of this chip right here, so I'm always inclined to change that out. It could be that we need to reflow these or straighten these up or whatever, but this is what I'm always inclined to change out, because it does go bad whenever this goes bad, and I do have brand new chips for that. Otherwise, this is kind of the end of it, but it's pretty interesting that we had that one MOSFET messed up on there. So check the outputs. So let me pull up the board view so I can figure out what the outputs are. I can't remember. It is a 9530, right? 9530. 9530. All right, so we have our board view pulled up here, and for 9530, and GPU's here. So here's going to be our phases that we just changed out, 1, 2, 3. This is where that one trace was that was messed up. Remember, it came out of here and it went up right here, but then it had like a gap, so we kind of rebuilt that area. So what we want to check and see if we're actually getting our PWM signal, which is this signal that's supposed to pulse this gate on and off in order to tell or to produce the voltage here on that leg. And so we have these 3 pins that are going to produce that. That's going to be PWM 1, 2, and 3. And then we also need to see if that's good. That's RAM, and then that's the enable. So let's check those signals. 1, 2. These are going to have just some voltage on them, but we'll have to use a oscilloscope to really see the signal. All right, that's what we're checking. Yeah, pulse width modulation. I'm sorry if I'm just using acronyms sometimes. PWM stands for pulse width modulation. It's basically a signal, kind of a square wave that goes up, it's on for a second, down, it's on, up, on, down, off. So then it's basically running a duty cycle, or a half wave duty cycle, or full wave, or whatever. Stop it. All right, so I'm going to get ready to measure these 3 pins. These are going to be the 3 PWM signals coming off this chip. And then we also have our good and our VDD. All right, So I'm plugging it in now. So let me just start over here. So I got 1.8 there. That was good. It just shut off. That's what, okay, because the board's just starting over. And I'm going to check this. I think this is the VRAM. Nothing there. And then these signals, we should have something if it was going to try to turn it on, but 2.5, okay. I got something out of that one. 2.5, good. 2.5, so we have a 2.5, and it's probably a square wave actually coming out of there, coming all the way over to here. Yep. We're not getting an output here. Got 5 volts on those. 1 volt, 5 volts. 5 volts. So 3.5, 4.8. 4.8. Is that a crack or a hair? There's plenty of hairs, so I would say hair. When in doubt, it's a hair. Yeah, my chem pads love to shed hair for some reason. So 12.5. It turns off. So basically, when I have this on without the battery, it basically is pulsing on and off, pulsing on and off. So I don't know. I feel like we're getting the signal, but it's not actually coming out of here, because I feel like it's sending the signal over here. So what are we missing? What are we? Power wave maker. Oh, PWM for 20 volts gives 75%. The trace at the supply would be 17 volts. So you're saying it's not going to be 20 volts because 12.5 on these. This is a 12.5 board, so main power rail is 12.5. Did you see that? This isn't attached all the way. I mean, that's not going to cause a big issue, but still should be attached better. I kind of want to reflow these just in case. Over 2 hours be on. Economical repair, mate. Move on. Yeah, and like I said, so this board is going to be turning on. The GPU is not showing up, but let's plug it in real quick. Let me actually just put it in the machine and see that we have a picture of it. And then I'll probably end up having to deal with this later, because you're probably right. I know it's always a lost cause, but that was something crazy to see that that trace was actually separated. But let's just see if we can get picture and then see what the BIOS shows. Who knows? Maybe it is showing up. Maybe it needs to have it posting before it turns the GPU on this machine. Gates not shorted. Yeah, none of the gates are shorted. We are getting a signal on all 3 of them. The loose cap, I'm not worried about that right this second. I guess I could resolder that before I do this, but don't give up. Don't give up. What about the release of magic smoke? I think it had to have been that I was like putting a bunch of flux and I was like heating it, and then went just kind of like over sprayed everywhere. I'm just interested to see if we get a picture here. Yeah, so it starts on the integrated graphics anyway. So the discrete GPU is not on until later. So I don't know if it even will turn on right now. You know what I mean? So that's what my guess is. I don't know. I hate this when this connector melts. So this is just a camera connector. I'm just going to keep that unplugged. All right, let me put 1 screw in here so the board doesn't fall out and fry itself. Let's see. Flash the chip. I don't know if flashing the chip's going to do anything. It really hasn't been that much. You see 421 likes, you see 220 likes. Yeah, you probably just need to refresh the page then, if it's one of those situations. What am I looking for? The battery. Dang, thanks for the memberships there, Sonic. Dr. Sonic. He's the man of the day. Never seen anything like that before. So when the RAM enables short on that area, huh? All right, let's plug this in, see if we get picture. 3, 2, 1. All right, so it should power on automatically. We should get a Dell screen here, but it takes a little while to get to a CMOS reset, so we're gonna let it sit there. And we have picture for our summer. Wait, it went away. Darn it. Help if I plug in the battery. And we have picture. I can't believe. Yep, it is coming on. I changed my vote. It's too late. So it is working, but again, the issue is the GPU showing up, because about an hour ago, I could have gotten us to this point. But what we're trying to do is actually try to make it where the GPU works, so I don't know. Yeah, thanks Dr. Sonic and Tazzy. I've never seen that many donated subs before in my whole life. Chicken dance, chicken dance. Oh, Dr. Sonic. Dr. Sonic, what are you doing? What are you doing? Another 50 coming in by Dr. Sonic, the evil genius, the maniacal genius, coming in hot. Oh, I'm going to plug this fan in here so it doesn't overheat. So, yeah, pretty much everybody on the stream has a subscription now, is now a member. So it's your responsibility to keep that going. Oh my gosh. What is that, 300 subs now? 300 subs? Anybody? Not this guy. And we have picture. Look at that. We are logged in here. Let's go into the BIOS. The highest sub night ever. Have you ever seen this on any stream before? This is pretty much the highest I've ever seen. No GPU detected. So the GPU right here would actually be listed right there, and it's not detected. It's the same old that I always see. So I don't know what we want to do to try to rectify that. I'm thinking that it's a one of those things where I have to keep changing out more chips. It might be the PWM controller. It is outputting a signal. It may be that I should reflow those chips, make sure they're seated right. I kind of have a tendency of thinking I should do that. I feel left out now. No, you should. You're not subbed yet. You still haven't got one of those free subs from Dr. Sonic. Someone said you received a gift. Turn it on. I can't find it. The credit card company is about to start questioning my charges. Oh gosh. This is quite crazy. I just hear someone try to come in the building. The other night I was here until about 11 o'clock and doing one of these streams, and the last employee who left did not lock the front door. And I go out and the front door is just open. So I could have been murdered in front of you guys, but I guess it'll be documented. Cool picture. Cool picture, man. How do you tell if you get a free sub or not? It should, I mean, your name automatically comes up on there, I think. Nate, with the of memberships for those who didn't get some. I don't know if I can come up with a way of coming up with a list for that. I have no idea. FYI, gifted subs aren't randomly given out. They're selected by subscribers, not those in the chat. Really? I've never, yeah, because I've never done that. Your name turns green. Oh. Oh yeah, and you get a little icon next to it. So you have the little Parts People icon that has the blue icon if it's the first month. And then each month it changes to a newer color or a different color as you progress through the year there. I need to put an ESP32 sensor on the front door. I actually have a camera. I should pull it up. See the people walking up on me. Someone threw a rock through the front door last year. I still have the rock over there, but it's funny because the whole front of the building are just filled with these like river stones that are this big. They're door keys. Just the whole area. It's just set up with door keys. So icon, yeah. So if you look here, I'll show you. So you have these icons. You see how this is a Parts People icon, Parts People icon. So he's a sub. It's a first month sub because it's blue. And then this one's gold, so it's like a third month or something like that. Here's one that's red. That's a further down month. So I don't know if it's on this other chat on the screen. I don't think it's on the chat on the screen. It doesn't look like it. But like on the chat like window on YouTube, it's going to be on there. So YouTube is different than subscribing. Thrill issues from Twitch for trying to help. Sushi, donor board member. Thank you for that. So we got a new donor board member. There you go. All right, so what should we do, guys? Do you want to move on, or do you want me to keep chugging away on this one? Move on, or well, how many hours are we on this? We've done 2.5 hours on this board. Do you want me to do another one? We got next. We got one next. So put 1 in the chat if you want me to keep working on this, and put 2 in the chat if you want me to move on. 1 in the chat to keep working, 2 in the chat to move on. Oh, we actually have a poll too. You can vote in the poll too, by the way. So move on. So it looks like a lot of 2s. See a lot of 2s. So mainly 2s. Okay, so you guys got to get the picture of what we're working on here. So 2 is everyone wants to move on. Moving right along. Move it. Okay, cool. All right, so I think that's good enough. All right, so but we kind of understood what was happening. This is usually a kind of a lost cause in a way whenever I'm working on these, but I saw hope. I saw a light at the end of the tunnel whenever we do see a kind of a burnt trace like that. So we went through and replaced those components, hoping that it was going to actually resolve the issue, and it didn't. Now, I may go back and revisit this on a separate day and go ahead and change out the PWM controller, maybe change out some of the other components around here, some of the resistors, reflow those MOSFETs, and just double check and make sure that everything is correct. And it may or may not resolve it, but for the most part, the customer's just going to end up having to use it as is, because it will be a fully functioning laptop, just minus the RTX 4060. And on this machine, you shouldn't be running a 4060 with this cooling not actually adequate. So with that said, this is a no fix, and we'll just move on, or it's a partial fix, I guess. And we'll move on to the next repair. Alrighty. Let me clean up my desk like a good little worker. Holy gagging. Sleep on it. Yes, I should sleep on it. But there's been so many of these I've worked on with this exact issue. I would say at this point 25 at least. 25 of these machines with this exact issue. Now, this is my first one I've seen the burnt trace because I noticed it. So now I know I'm looking for that. And now you know you're looking for that as a board repair tech. Partial. Okay, so we're going to GPU not detected. This is going to be fun, guys. This is going to be so much fun. I'm so excited for this. So when we have a laptop and the GPU is not detected, right? So we're working on one right now where the GPU is not detected, but it was not detected when it had a crazy short on the board. Now this next one, I don't see that issue on this one. So it, in general, is not that issue. So, I wouldn't, suspect that we're going to go straight to having a catastrophic failure with the GPU. There's a couple different things that cause the GPU to disappear on these types of machines, which is going to be the Alienware M17R3 or 4. I'm just trying to get everything set up. And so one of them could be a firmware issue in general. And another one could be a issue with the VRAM power supply or power rail, but that usually is just the VRAM that's missing when that happens. And then the last one is usually some sort of like communication error with the GPU and the machine, and that could be through a crystal oscillator or something like that. So we will see. We will see. So all right, so there's the machine. This is a, we'll let you read the note and we'll do an intro here. I can't compete with free subs. Tazzy, you don't need to compete with anybody. You are great who you are. Thank you so much for that, though. When we do a collab with Salem, another collab, because I've done a couple with him over the years. I haven't, I need to talk to him. I haven't talked to him in probably a few months now. I messaged him. We were texting back and forth a while back, and then he gets so busy with his stuff. I'm so busy with my stuff. And I was just thinking about it the other day. I was like, I need to reach out because we need to kind of figure out, do something. I need to go up there too and visit. So I don't know, but thanks for bringing it to the top of my head there. Dr. Sonic's actually Nate's daughter. There's a Father's Day gift. Father's Day gift. Okay, we're just going to read the note real quick. So this is an Alienware M17 R4 that doesn't recognize the video card. Wait, what'd you say? God, need more? Thank you there. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Says no card or no video card installed. It runs on integrated graphics, was working fine, and it was gaming. And then one day it says no graphics card installed. Okay, so that's what it's saying. M17R4. And so let's get our intro going here. The legend. Dr. Sonic is now a legend. Yeah, we're gonna have to name something after him. Ken Como. Oh my gosh. Yes. Danger Zone, thanks for that Prime sub there. All right, you ready for this, guys? Y'all ready? Another GPU issue? Great. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have an Alienware M17R4. Now this one was sent in because the GPU is no longer detected. The customer said that the laptop was actually working fine. They were playing a game. And then the graphics card just disappeared, no longer showing up. And all I can see is their actual integrated UHD graphics. So I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Boom. Dr. Sonic fell asleep and his kids are now gifting the subs. Okay, all right. Nailed the intro. I did, maybe. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I have no idea what I'm going to say until I say it. And it just starts coming out. And then I'm like halfway through it. And who knows? New poll. How many memberships will Dr. Sonics give on this repair? Oh my gosh. All right, so we're going to see if this is a code 43. So there's a couple different GPU errors. Now, I was kind of under the impression that the GPU is not detected at all. But there's a chance that it is detected, but it's just throwing an error. So let's figure that out. We're going to plug in the power. This is not going to have some sort of power issue because it works. So I'm not super concerned with, looking at the power meter or things like that right this second. But what we are going to do is we're going to go into the BIOS, and we want to see if it shows up there. Now, I can't remember if this one actually shows it in here or not. It normally would show it here, actually. So it's not detected at all. We have a discrete graphics 1. I don't know why it has 2 here, but just discrete graphics 1 is not listed, so we don't have a GPU showing up. God, what are you saying here? What is the most unimportant yet fun, interesting part of your repairs? For me, it is how the components seat themselves when using hot air. I just love it. Well, those are super satisfying, whatever that's happening. Now, what is the most unimportant or unsatisfying? That's a good question, or uninteresting part. So I would say the ones that are like obvious are the most not entertaining to me. Like they're boring. They're to me. So I kind of like the element of like finding the problem and then changing things out and seeing if it fixes it. Now, if I open it up and I'm like, okay, this is just a cracked piece of, you know, or something, or like a USB-C port's broken. It's boring to me. Jack just sent 5 gifted memberships. Jack, thank you there, Jack. Jack's a legend too. Dr. Jack. We're gonna call him Dr. Jackal. Dr. Jack. He's the other part of Mr. Sonic. The other half of Mr. Sonic is Dr. Jack and Tazzy in competition. Thank you for that. All right, so we do have a situation where the GPU is not detected at all. This is not going to be a code 43. So when we boot to Windows, we're not going to have the graphics card even show up at all in Device Manager, so we're not going to get that error. So there's no way to run mats and mods on this. That's not the solution to fixing this. Right now, we're going to be in a position where the graphics card probably doesn't even have voltage to it, or it's not getting to the right voltage or something like that, right? So we have some sort of communication error with the GPU itself. So let's boot into Windows. I want to see what it has, see what it does. It's not going to be a driver issue either. So even if it doesn't show up here, we're not going to, it's not driver because we check the BIOS, okay? Let me make sure we don't have personal information. So I'm just going to do it like this. We may have to put my test OS in here. Let's see. We don't have a pin anyway, so it's not like we can even log into theirs. So I'm going to put a test OS in here anyway. Oh, it just logged into a Windows interface. Perfect. So we can go into Device Manager. No password needed. No password needed. That's great. 13 chip rabbit hole? No, I hope not. I do not like that. Okay, so here's something interesting. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this, but here's Device Manager, okay? So Device Manager should actually have an area called Display Adapters. Does anyone see it? How is it possible? How is this possible? We have no display adapter, yet we are in here with a display. There has to be a display adapter. So if you ever see this situation, the laptop's actually running off the integrated graphics or the iGPU built on the CPU, and then there's a separate discrete graphics card that should be showing up. Now, when they're both there, they're usually in that little folder. Well, the folder's not there. Here's what you need to do. Show hidden. Ken got it. Ken got it already. So we're going to go over here to View. We're going to say Hidden Devices. And then now you'll be able to see it. There it is. All right. So if you ever see something kind of missing, you're like, what's going on here? And this will also show you things that you've unplugged in the past. So like these things are grayed out. So this was here at one point, and now it's not here. So, or you'll have USBs or COM ports or things like that. Printers, whatever it is, you know. So anything that's been plugged in at some point and installed and then unplugged, that's what the hidden devices is for. We could go into a test OS if we want, but again, the device manager is showing no GPU. So I'm going to tell you that I think I know what's wrong with this already. And it's only because I spent 10, 15, 20 hours messing with these in the past with this same exact issue that I figured this out. I'm pretty sure I know what it is. And I think I did a video on it already. So let's see if I'm right. Let's see if I'm right. So let's open up the bottom and take a look inside. I don't know if I should tell you yet, but we will see. We will see. Cap? Nope. Not a cap. Which one was it showing? It was showing the integrated graphics, the UHD graphics on the GPU. So on the CPU. No, not VRAM. BIOS, not BIOS. And we just did a video on that one where it wasn't showing up and it was a BIOS issue. Crystal. Yeah, I think it might be a crystal. I think it might be the crystal oscillator, guys. But we will know because this is the double slit experiment, okay? You guys familiar with the double slit experiment? So we have light acts as a particle and it acts as a wave, okay? This is quantum mechanics. So if you measure it, the act of measuring makes the actual light particle act differently than whenever you're not measuring it, okay? So that's what happens on these. And I'm 99% sure this is what it's going to be. But let me pull this through here. It's a fuse. Now we have a crystal oscillator. So we're going to use our oscilloscope. Yes. So we have this thing called a crystal oscillator. They're all over the board. They're next to all sorts of different chips on the board. The BIOS chip has it, the GPU has it, the CPU, even like the Tron lights, anything that needs some sort of clock signal or timing. And so they act, because it has a crystal in there that helps keep, oh, the screws. Secret screws, guys. Don't forget about this. The Heisenberg. We're doing the Heisenberg tonight. And so anyway, there's a lot of these crystals on there. Now I found that this crystal goes bad on here, and I don't know why. And it causes it to not show up. And I could be totally wrong. We could have just a burn on the board or something like that. But I'm going to start pulling this stuff off here. We can look around here just for a second. On this side, everything's on the other side of the board, so that's why I really have to pull this whole board out. I know you guys love watching me turn screws. But, so here's our power management chip. These are going to be our protection MOSFETs and our charge MOSFETs. For our battery, there's our HE chip. There's a power button to turn on the board. A couple of current sense resistors. Those are for the GPU and CPU. So here's a crystal oscillator right here. See that right there? This is actually for the Tron lights. So this turns on all the alien head and the arena lights and all that stuff on the keyboard and everywhere else. So that's the Tron light crystal. And so you'll have crystals, they're everywhere. Everywhere. But I can't measure what I'm looking for on this side of the board. But we can actually check the voltage on the CPU, I mean the GPU. So GPU is here. So I'm going to turn the board on. This is the CPU, this is the GPU, and then these inductors, not inductors, these capacitors are tied directly to the V-core of the GPU. And I want to see what voltage they're at, because they're going to be at 3 volts. I bet they'll be at 7 volts for a second. I mean, not 7 volts, 0.7 volts, and then jump down to 0.3 volts, and then stay there. And they need to be staying at 0.75, okay? And if it's doing that, then we know we have that issue. Okay, okay, okay. All right, so I'm just trying to get a screw hole so I can stick this probe in here. Okay, plug this in. So I'm gonna open the lid, see if I can get this thing to turn on. Is it coming on? There we go, keyboard backlight on. I'm gonna shut the lid. I'm gonna measure right here. We got 0.75. Uh-oh. My theory's already wrong, because that should be 0.3. I shouldn't have opened my big mouth. So if that's 0.75, then we have something else going on. Or the GPU showing up. Which happens with this issue. Let's see. Come on. You're thinking about it? Open my big mouth. Good theory of operations. Okay, it's not there. Let's measure it and see if the voltage is correct. 0.75. Uh-oh. Open my big mouth. All right, so that theory is out the window, because the times that I've seen this, I've actually seen this will be low and then it jumps back up. So I don't know. I don't know at this point. All right, let's pull the board out there. We're gonna have to measure with our oscilloscope anyway in order to figure out if this is what's happening, because it could be a firmware issue. It could be one of those other things. Car. Beautiful, beautiful laptop. Yeah, I like how Soren, do you ever watch the Soren videos? I know a lot of people do, but Laptop Repair School, he always talks about how beautiful the laptop is. He's so kind to all these laptops. So kind. You guys want to see it? The old flick? You gotta flick this before we start taking stuff out. I still have never watched a Soren. Really? Really? Okay, it's proper nice. It's proper nice. Corrupted driver. It can't be driver because it doesn't show up in the BIOS. All right, so your assignment there, Ken, is to watch a Laptop Repair School video. his stuff is so, like, he is such a spunky character. Like, he is so, like, and he's genuine. He's so genuine. Like, you don't have to, like, think he's not putting a front on or whatever. You know, he's just a real person, and he's not trying to impress anybody, and I don't know. And all this stuff, it's very basic the way he explains everything. It's really good. He's spunky. Is that not a word? Spunky, right? Well, what's another way of saying spunky? He has a lot of character. He's very, and that's all these like sayings we're saying. Like, we have picture, I can't believe. That's his saying. That's something that he was saying. And then properly calibrated wire, that's his. And then brand new chip, that's his. He takes these chips, he has this whole bin of chips like this. So like, this is a bin of bad chips. So he would basically have the box and he's like, okay, I need a new power management chip. And he's like, oh, here's a proper nice brand new, he's Romanian, he's from Transylvania. Is a proper nice brand new chip, and he'll install it and it looks like trash. He's like, oh, it looks so messed up. And he's like, I installed a brand new one and it works. And he just, he fixes the board however he wants to fix it. Exuberant, there you go. Eccentric. Oh. Yeah, he's good. First time catching it. Jonathan, welcome to be the first time. Well, this is the first time we've had 300 subs plus whatever else. We probably had 350 subs donated on this stream this time, which is crazy. But I'm glad you made it. We don't need no black horse yet. Where we're going, we don't need black horse. Oh, he's a great supervisor. Say hello to my little friend. That's the other thing, yeah. And then Easy Pizza, that's his thing too. So Easy Pizza means like, because he only charges like 30 pounds or something. He's in England, so he charges in pounds, and he only charges like $30 or 30 pounds to fix a board. And then if it's an easy repair, then he fixes the board really fast, meaning it has just a capacitor is blown or something, and then he calls it an easy pizza because he gets a pizza easily. So it's pretty nice. All right, and the motherboard is out. We will figure out what the heck's going on here. Why this GPU ain't showing up, man. You like that twang? So I'm in Austin, Texas. And I don't think I have that much of a twang, a Texas twang, but I do mimic a twang. I end up going into that a lot where I'm like, all right, that's what I'm talking about right there. It's like a boomhauer. We'll go into the boomhauer. You ever watch King of the Hill? Charges it's 30 pounds, so whatever that's $50, right? But it's still way too cheap. Maybe it's as low as that. Maybe it's like if it is an easy pizza, it's $30 or 30 pounds. But if it's like one that he spends a lot more time on, this one's not so easy pizza. I mean, I charge $250, and then if I notice that it's actually pretty quick and easy, then I will sometimes give it a discount to make it a little cheaper, or if they've done multiples with me or something like that. But I can't. It's hard to charge less in general, and most people already say I charge too little for $250 or $249. Soren does Sunday live streams, but it's on England time, so it'd be like 7 hours different from me. So that would be like, I always missed it. I only joined one live for his because I always miss it. But it's coffee time. It's 1 hour. Woo. Okay. All right. So we have this off of here. So couple things whenever I run into situations like this. So we have new thermal paste on here. So we have evidence that this has been taken apart and rethermaled. And are we really, whose is this? Whose repair is this? I don't want to talk bad yet. So this is Morgan. Morgan, are you in the chat? Do we have a Morgan in the chat? I don't know. So it looks like bubblegum to me. It is some special. It's probably I don't know. Thermal grizzly of some sort. Captain Morgan calling. So anyway, what I was basically going to say is, like, they said it suddenly stopped working. I really don't know what that means, because it could be that it suddenly stopped working after they took it apart and rethermal pasted it or something. Yeah, it could be like last month I opened it up and put this new thermal paste on here, and I don't know why it's pink. Maybe it's makes it faster. Pink makes it go faster. But it's like, do we have an issue where there's a component knocked off the board? So we're gonna do a physical inspection. It looks Pepto-y. Pepto-Bismol-y. Yeah, yeah. So let's look around, and I'll show you what I thought it was, but I don't know if I'm convinced at this point. But I don't know. Okay, so you guys yell out, you ding me if you see something. So we're just going to start in this corner. We're going to look for any of these capacitors being cracked. We are getting voltage to the GPU, so I'm not convinced that we have that. Is this dark? This glue is not dark, but this one's a little dark, like it almost got cooked already. Did someone cook this? Here's our crystal oscillator. This is the thing that I think is bad, or I thought was bad, because I've seen it bad on this machine multiple times. These are going to be the power phases for the VRAM. So there's two of them, AL00s. And then all of these guys are going to be for the GPU itself. And this is our muxing chip. This is where it allows it to switch back and forth between the two graphics. So that's the display port muxer. The old muxer. That should be a Thunderbolt or USB 3.0 or something like that. This is, I think, a 1.8. This might be the RAM power rail. So that might be 1.2. This has built-on RAM DDR4. Did you guys see anything yet? I haven't seen anything. It causes the chips to run hot, and then it's pink. So you're 7 ahead. Oh, 7 hours ahead is that? Okay. So this is the PWM controller for those chips. Here's our chipset. Chipset's probably not the cause. And I'm not seeing anything yet. I am interested to see if the GPU is coming on. So we're going to boot it up under the thermal camera. That's what's great about thermal cameras, is you can actually see all that's coming on. Because it definitely could be that the VRAM's not coming on. The whole power rail's not coming on. Okay. All right. So I don't see anything. So here's what I want to do. The next plan of action, guys, is to figure out what's coming on and what's not. So we saw that the machine worked. So that means the CPU and the RAM's coming on. But we saw that the GPU is missing, so we don't know if and we saw the GPU had power reading on the back, but we don't know if the GPU has full power, and we don't know if the VRAM is coming on. So when we turn this on over a thermal camera, then we should see all of this stuff come on and light up. So that's what our next step is going to be. Does it smell and taste like strawberry? Weird. Scratch and sniff? It smells weird. I don't know if I like it. I don't like it at all, guys. Let me get a power button. Or I need to get a DC jack. I'm going to steal the DC jack off of his machine here. Give me a second. What time is it? I'm getting tired. It is, I've been doing it for 3 hours. Okay. Oh, only been at work 14 hours. That's cool. No big deal. Nothing to see here. Hydrate. That's the trick. That's what I need. Thank you for the reminder. Let me do that. Go thermal. Go thermal. It's probably still better than LLM, leaking liquid metal. Yeah, definitely. Most definitely. All right. It's 11:52 a.m. Thursday. Are you in Australia? Where are you? New Zealand? Where art thou? And I need a power button. My bag of jacks. VRAM number 3 chip. is in my armchair repair, I guess. Really cheap thermal paste. Did you look it up? You just looked it up. Okay, so this is thermal paste that is made on, is it a Amazon special thermal paste? I'm trying to find a power button, sorry. Give me a power button. Where are you at, power button? Darn it. Don't have a power button for this machine. I think it broke. All I have is a bunch of jacks. It's all jacked up. All right, so we're just gonna use the power button that's on the board and we'll have to flip it over. I kind of like having a power button outside of it so I can just press it and then look at it, but we're gonna have to press it, flip it over. There's a power button built on the board, just on the back side. Or I can pull it out of his base, but I don't really feel like doing that. Okay, let's plug it in. We'll go thermal. Got it plugged in, going thermal now. Execute the thermal mode. All right, you ready? So I'm going to flip it over, and then I'm going to flip it back over. So I got to flip it, press the button, flip it back over. All right, CPU on. VRAM on. Do you see the VRAM power rails are hot? The GPU rails are on. The VRAM is extra hot on this one, but not the other. So we have half of our VRAM power rails are out. This one's not on. You see that? So that's our issue, I think. Did you guys catch that? Thermal cameras to save the day. We have this one on, but this one not on. So there's a chance that that's the reason that we don't have both of those on. But I'm going to turn it back on again, and I want to measure and make sure we do have our voltage here, and then we're going to check and make sure our crystal oscillator looks okay. If we don't have full voltage here, whenever I measure right here, you're going to have this turn on. It's kind of a weird anomaly. So we're going to try this one more time. Flip it over. Burnt coil again. That'd be so crazy if it's just like another one of those. I've never seen it so many times in a row. It's just, but things always happen in threes, right? It always happens in threes. Okay, so if I measure voltage here, so we have 1.2 here and 1.2 there, but it's not getting hot. And then, oh, we only have 0.3 here. This is what I was looking at. So we'd only have 0.3 here. So now if I go and I measure there, it's not working yet, okay. Okay, I'm going to turn it off because I don't want it to get too hot. Okay, all right, so it could be a startup phase thing. So it is doing the thing that I thought. So we're going to go oscilloscope on that crystal, and then when we measure that oscilloscope, I'm going to be measuring the coils over here at the same time. Sorry, you can't see that. So we're going to measure with the oscilloscope on that crystal, and then I'm going to measure at the same time, we're going to measure the voltage on this while we're measuring that crystal. Capiche? And see what happens. And then while we have the thermal camera on. Can we do all this at the same time? I don't know if it's possible. How many hands do you have? I need an assistant, an assistant. Peak thermal, oh, so pink conducts better? The more pink it is, the better it conducts. Is that what you just said? 300 memberships. Gifted memberships. Crazy. All right, so I don't have my oscilloscope software set up again still. So we're gonna have to go with a camera on that. So we'll do that. So we're gonna do a camera on the oscilloscope. Sorry guys, lo siento. We'll do split screen, so we have that. We'll do, let's see, power meter. Let's see if I can copy. I need to copy a camera over. This one. Copy, camera, copy, paste, reference. Okay. Move it down. Sorry, I have to kind of mess around with this a little bit. Okay, so now I'm going to disable the power meter there. Okay, let's see if we can have this in the right spot. Okay, you can kind of see the oscilloscope in that corner. Sorry, this is janky. But when I had to reformat, I had to remove all my software. Okay, so let's make sure our thing's all tuned nice. Very nice. What's up? Injecting 20 volts, go. A little calibration, nice, never hurt anybody. All right, this is gonna be really hard. I'm gonna go overhead just to show you what I'm trying to do here. All right, so I have my oscilloscope here, camera's pointed at that, okay? So I'm gonna try to measure the crystal with this hand. Then simultaneously, I want to have my probe, I'm gonna put my negative just in a hole, and I'm gonna measure this, and measure this, and then I'm gonna have the thermal camera on while we have the other camera on so you can see it at the same time. And then what we're trying to see is the GPU come on. And then we want to see the voltage jump up. And then we want to see what signal we get on there. Okay? All at the same time. Okay? Wish me luck. Gosh. It's chaos, I tell you, it's chaos. So I'm confused, okay? Confused? You want some confusion? So this is me trying to run a double slit experiment, okay, for quantum mechanics. So I'm going to recap what we've got going on here. So if I plug in the board, we are only getting 0.3 volts to these coils that go to the GPU, and the GPU is not detected, okay? And then this coil is the only one getting hot, and this one's not. So we could have some sort of issue here, which I guess we could test that right this second. I didn't think about testing that right now. So if I measure the output here. So we have a connection, so it's not like it's not connected. It's like it's not outputting, right? So if these are connected together, yeah, so there's no connection issue. But it looks like that one's not on all the way, so maybe they're not turning the stages on or whatever, right? So anyway, the whole idea here is that we're not having the whole GPU enable, so it's not being detected. And so I've used a different... Wait, what? What'd you say? Use weighted probe holders. Oh, that would be helpful, wouldn't it? But I've seen this in the past where this guy right here, which is the crystal oscillator, which helps keep the clock time for like syncing all, like communicating with the BIOS here, the vBIOS and things like that. This has gone out of sync or out of spec. And so the act of me measuring it with oscilloscope automatically causes the voltage on these things to jump up. So you'll actually see something here, then you'll see all these voltages come up, and then you'll see the GPU come on. The act of me measuring it will cause that. So that's what I'm trying to prove as a concept. And so I call it the double slit experiment because it's acting as a particle in a wave, but it has to do with when you measure it. So it's only the act of measuring it is when it changes its state. Okay? Okay. Crazy Nate. Crazy Nate. Okay. So I'm going to have to do this fast. So back to this view. And got to turn it on fast. Put that there. Put this here. Put this here. Okay. And then I'm going to measure this, but we want to see if the GPU is getting hot or not when I measure it. Oh, my ground came off. Darn it. And I'm on... Did you see it? Did you see it? So... Now, I don't really see a signal here that is useful, but can't get it to just line up good enough, but I need to turn this off because it's getting hot. Okay, you didn't see it. Okay, here's what I want you to do next time. So look at the voltage at the top of the page. Okay, so the very top of the page right now it says 0.4, 0.00000, okay? So I'm gonna measure this, and then right as I touch, so it's hard for me to do this all at the same time. So I think I'm gonna have to just go to one view and not do it all at the same time. It's not a clean signal, so definitely crystal's messed up. So I'm gonna skip the split view. We're gonna go over to thermal only. And then I'm going to basically only measure this right here. And so right as I touch this, okay, right as I touch this, you'll see the voltage at the top of the screen go up. And so simultaneously, I'm gonna be measuring right here. And this was sitting there at 0.3. And then right when I touched that, this jumped to 0.7. And then this should start getting hot. All right, so everyone on the same page? Now I'm not gonna try to multitask as much, so we're just gonna try to do it. Here, I'll go higher here. All right, so CPU's coming on, right? Okay, so GPU's not on. So I'm going to touch right here. Do you see that? Right when I touch that. So now this other one came on and the GPU is on now. Do you see that? And so now it's all on. Did everyone see it? Did everyone see that? Boy! Woo! Concurrence. If you don't know what I'm saying, it was the... Basically, what's going on here is the crystal's it's waiting for a signal or whatever, and so right as I touched it, it gave like a big blip or something, which said, hey, it's good to go. It basically was like an enable signal in a way. And so then it basically tricked the thing into coming on. And then so then it ended up being on after that. Now, it still doesn't work. I'm telling you that doesn't fix it. It's like I've tried doing it where I'm like, okay, let me enable this and then go in the BIOS real quick and check and see if the signal shows up or whatever. No, it doesn't work. It's still like, yes, it's on, it's pulling current and all that, but it doesn't end up working. All right, chicken dance night. Bark, bark, bark. All right, I don't know about this chicken dance thing. I need to back out of this. I don't know where I started that, but all right. So here's the science experiment. Need to install a multimeter with connected probes inside the laptop. That's what I need to do. Just need to solder proper calibrated wires. So basically, I'm waking up the crystal, but I'm not really waking up the crystal. The crystal is actually still not working. It's basically just noisy. And then when you touch it, it's almost like it creates this big spike is really what it is, the best way of saying it. So crystal's not running. So I have crystals. I have a plethora of crystals. Where are they at? Crystals, crystals, crystals. Here we go. So I was so inclined to buy... Dr. Sonic. Dr. Sonic. Dr. Sonic. Another 50. Another 50 subs. Dr. Sonic is a maniacal, crazy scientist. So he concurs with my double slit experiment. Wow. I don't even know how much that is by now. I'm having a hard time keeping up with this. This is crazy. Dr. Sonic, thank you so much. That is so helpful to the cause and for science. I'll tell you what, his repair is taken care of for free. I will not be charging this customer, nor will I charge the customer before this. You definitely took care of their repairs for them. That's not, who's going to design the Dr. Sonic shirt? I think we're going to have to do a Dr. Sonic shirt. Is that $1,750? Is that true? Is that right? Wow. He just paid for a bunch of people's repairs. All right, so he's a millionaire. He's a millionaire. So here's what we need to figure out. So I thought I was really, really smart, and I bought some crystals because I've had this issue before on this board. And guess where I bought the crystals from? It starts with an A and ends with a Ali. Oh my gosh. So I bought some on AliExpress because, you know, it's the only place you can get them from. And when I install them on here, they don't work. Not a single one has worked. So should we waste our time? Or should we use a donor board? They're either top grade crystals or they're the wrong crystals. I mean, that's all it is. This is all we have. So I'm looking at this one, just that one says P on it. What does P mean? I don't know. I don't know what P means. This one says PG. This one says PE. Now, I don't know if it has anything to do with like how powerful the GPU is. I doubt it. But we're gonna go donor on this. I just wanted to kind of point out that, you know, buying something from AliExpress at this point, I've almost now given up on every single thing that I've bought from them as a reliable replacement. You know what I mean? So like you're spending all this time and you're like, all right, I think this got to be it. Let's put this chip on here I just bought. And you put it on there and you're like, it didn't fix it. I thought it was right. Am I wrong? And then you don't know if you're wrong or right. That's the thing, because of, you know, the old Ali. The Ali's getting you good. So luckily I am like blessed with a big pile of donor boards. So I'll check this one first. This one, this donor board is missing that crystal. Okay. Now the question is there more than one of these crystals on this board? I don't know. So let's check. Let's do a search and see if there's crystals on here twice, because then we don't have to like find another one. Oh, they're Team crystals. They're some hoodoo, whatever you call it, the crystal. Oh no, my thermal camera, I forgot to plug it back in. It just ran out of batteries. This is a crystal from a witch doctor crystal. What am I looking for? So I want to pull up the board view. Give me a second here. Because I want to find, or the schematic, because I want to find what crystal it is. And then I want to search the schematic for another crystal to see if it's in another location. That way, because I know that we have one on here, but do we have two of the same one? So here's our crystal. It's a 27 megahertz, 10 picofarad, and then that's the number. So that's what I ordered, supposedly, on the old Express, the old Ali. And so we're going to check the schematic and see if it shows up more than one of those. Okay, so this is our number right here. So let me see if I can search that. It didn't even find that one. What am I doing wrong here? Find, paste. Maybe I should just do 10 microfarads. Let me just do that. It didn't even find that one. Sometimes I hate searching for these things, man. Okay, YG. Look, it says YG. So let's see if there's a YG2. YG2. Nope. Someone saying something? Search for YG. Yeah, so yeah, maybe I'll just search for YG on here. YG. Nothing. I don't know what's up with this search sometimes, searching these schematics. I don't get it. It's probably because it's like, a lot of times it's one page here, but I guess it's searching all the pages. Is there like a asterisk search where you can do YG anything? I don't know. I don't get it. All right, anybody have any input on that? I don't know. You have to put the underscore. I did, or I searched 27 megahertz. That might be better. Yeah, let's try that. .27 megahertz. It's weird because it's not coming up here. AliExpress, quantum fakeness. The components are so fake that they immediately cause all my components to suddenly become fake. Fake, 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 fake. Bell on Discord. Okay, cool. Let me check my Discord. Sending to the rescue. Sending to the rescue. What? Sender just sent me a Mauser link. Could it be? Could it be? 27 megahertz crystals. You get a crystal. You get a crystal. You get a crystal. Huh. 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 Let me copy this crystal. Part number. And just do the ending here. Mauser is really funny. Like, you just have to kind of go one letter at a time. There we go. So we have these. So let me just search for that. So these three are supposedly pretty close. Huh. All right. We got 3,000 of those. What do you think the difference are between these? 27 megahertz. There's a tolerance there. Tolerance. What do you think, guys? 20 of those going in hot. All right. All right, so I added those to my cart because I'm going to be ordering those. Okay. So for right now, we're going donor, guys. We're going donor. The donor. The donor. Grab an RGB crystal or such. You think it would be that close? I mean, there's so many crystals on this board. That's why I was trying to search for another crystal. But I have other donor boards. I have a stack in my lap here. So let's just move on with life. Move on with life. So this board, no, I don't have parts taken off of that. So what I like to do is I take boards that I've already stolen parts of. So I basically have proclaimed it a donor board, like this one. See, I have marks all over it, and that means I've stolen parts. Check the capacitance. Oh, because the other one was, like, crystal's gone on this one too. I've already thieved that one. Power on RAM error. So this one says power on RAM error as the error. And it has a crystal. We could steal it, but I don't care. GPU VRAM fail is what this one says. And we have a crystal. What's the physical size? So we'll go back here. You guys are going to do my research for me. My brain trust. So if we go back here. So this is what information it says here. So 10 picofarad, and then it has this, and I'm assuming the size is in here, in that, or the footprint in here, maybe. It says 4P, which is a 4-pin. So 10 picofarad, and then whatever this other numbers are. I'm sure AI will tell us all about it, and then you question them, and they're like, "Absolutely, you were correct. You second guessed you, or whatever." You know. I had a conversation with AI yesterday, or day before yesterday, and I was so irritated at the end of it. It's like every single thing it tells you, it's trying to agree with you, and then when you push back finally, or when you push back to say, "Actually, it doesn't sound right," and they're like, "Actually, you're right. I'm not right." I'm like, "Well, why are you telling me this stuff?" Okay, anyway, enough ranting about that. Okay, so we're going to remove this crystal, and I'm just going to steal it off of this board that says GPU VRAM B1. Oh, this is B1 fail. Okay, this is actually just a VRAM. This is a VRAM, another VRAM error. Okay, hold on. Let me find a board that doesn't have VRAM errors, because I don't want to waste those. Those are fixable if I need to. Yours is 10 picofarad. You order the 20 picofarad. Why? Oh. Because I didn't notice. That's why. Did you find me one that was a 10? Find me one. I'll buy it. It just looked good. I really liked the way it looked in the picture. And so I was buying with my eyes. I was buying with my heart. I was buying by touch, by feel. Bent but boots with an error 43. I don't like bent ones. All right, this bent one's going to become a donor board, I think. Or do I have another one? I got so many of these boards. Hey, this has a crystal on it. Okay, this is actually the R3 version of the board, so is it the same? And it has a really messed up looking thing here. The chipset's gone. I stole the chipset. I borrowed it for another project. So does this crystal look crystally? This one's a PA dash. Strawberry paste, anyone? So to me this doesn't look, it's non-polarized too, right? Because the PA dash is that way. Is it that way on this one too? Yeah, this one's flipped this way. So which way does it go? There's a PA dash, so it's non-polarized. Tazzy Chopper has suggested keeping some donation money back to sponsor a board or for someone else that can't afford it. 100%. Thank you so much. That is a great idea, actually. That is a great idea. I tend to do that in general. I have a too big of a heart, so it's like I end up giving away some of that money anyway. But yes, I will definitely be, because there's some people, whenever I say I'm going to donate money to your repair, they're like, I don't need the money, you keep it and donate it to somebody else, and so that's what I end up doing. So, so crystals are non-polar. Okay, Chesty knows all about it, but that's what it looks like to me, because there's the line, I mean, there's a line mark here, and it's facing this way, and on this board, the line mark is on the other side. But they have a pen 1 mark on the board, right? So the line's here, but the pen 1, why do they have a pen 1 then? I mean, I'm inclined to just do it the same way I'm taking it off of here, but it's just weird, right? I don't know. I don't know. Ken, thanks for Happy Father's Day. Appreciate it. So just, yeah. Those are 4-pen. They are 4-pen. Okay, guys, let's just do this. Let's get her done. You guys are going to be so impressed at the end of this. I think you're already impressed with the double slit experiment. So I'm going to pull this one off. We're going to set it aside. And only the package. What's going on here? I want to take it. Take this thing away here. Come on. You can do it. What's going on here? There are 4-pen and 2 pens are not connected. Really? Are you serious? Are you serious? So that means we can flip this around, right? It means only half of it's not working. If we just flip it around, it should work, right? For science? Is there 2 crystals in here? That would be funny. So you're saying that this is connected like that, and these aren't even connected? That's not right. That's not right. You're messing with me. You're messing with me. So these are ground, and then these are the connections on either side. So those are grounded. So they are connected, technically, but they're just grounded. And there's not 2 crystals in there, so flipping around would do nothing. I know. I'm just being funny. But it would be funny if we heat it up like this and it fixes it too. Crystal pens and 3 are connected, 2s and 4s are not connected. Don't flip it, Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball says, just fix it, don't flip it. Well, apparently it doesn't matter if it's flipped. It's non-binary, it's non-polarized. So this is gonna be our brand new one. I'm just gonna keep it in the same orientation it is on this board, which seems backwards to me. So 2 and 4 are ground. Either way, those are connected to the same. If you flip it around, it's still going to be the same 2 pens. I know. Oh. Open it and take a look inside. That sounds like the starting of the video. Let's open it up and take a look inside. Oh no. Party foul. Okay. The end of my hot air station just fell off. Gotta put a glove on. Let me get a glove. Oh. I'll put this back on. If you flip it, it runs backwards. And then we'll run even faster, right? That's the trick. Don't you know it's going to be even faster? Party people, the Dell laptop expert. Don't burn my hand, please. When this thing falls off, it makes me so irritated. Especially when it's burning hot. Okay. If you would have flipped the crystal. You wanted to flip the crystal. I don't flip crystals where I'm going. We don't need any crystal. Okay. Atten's trying to have a party here. Oh, no, my crystal! I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. Okay, got it. I saved it. I saved another crystal! Okay, I'm going to hold it in place. Let me heat this up. Woo! Okay, oh, if you flip it around, it becomes 72 megahertz. New GPU mod. Flip the crystal over. Will it turn on? Get that in place. Perfect. Beautiful. It's beautiful. Now we add our flux. Because Crazy Nate does it opposite of most people. We add it afterwards. There we go. Nice. Just a happy little crystal. Just a happy little crystal. 72 megahertz flip. It's a mod. New crystal oscillator, Eddie? Yeah, Clark, nothing but the best. All right. So we have our new crystal oscillator installed. Souping this machine up. Make it go fast. Making it go so fast. So I think what I need to do is just like order a bunch of different crystals from Mouser and just start plugging them on there and see what happens. You know what I mean? Crazy Nate's repairs are insane. Oh, okay, so we are good. Well, I guess we should turn it on under the thermal camera, right? See if it works. Going thermal in 3, 2, 1. Oh wait, my thermal camera died. So hold on, I gotta boot that up. So maybe we should just turn it on. Inject voltage. Ah! You people and your injection voltage. I can't inject voltage because there's no short. DigiKey. Does DigiKey have them? Did you find them on DigiKey? Mouser or voltage injector. Okay, so I did this today on this video. You always want to prop the board up off the ground when you do this because you want to set this down so it doesn't bottom out. So all we're going to do is just try to boot this thing up. I'm going to skip right to the win. We're going right to the win, guys. Clark, Eddie? That's funny. You got it. You picked it up. You pick it up when I'm sitting down. You smell what I'm stepping in. We've overclocked the GPU frequency. Could you call this a mod? I don't know. Overclock it while you're in there. So, once I get this thing back together, the goal is to have the GPU automatically detect. So this should actually fix up the issue where the machine was not having a good clock signal, and we were kind of emulating or faking a clock signal by actually reading the crystal with the oscilloscope. And so whenever we get this thing back together, it should actually just show up and work, and we'd be done with it. Can you overclock it like this in these days? I don't know. I've never overclocked anything. Well, I'm doing everything stock. Do it all stock, baby. James, thanks for being a good dude. We appreciate it. Well, James, I appreciate the support, and thank you for supporting what I do and actually putting up with my crazy shenanigans after a long day, because I'm always exhausted. On Wednesdays is the hardest day to stream, I'm telling, or not hardest day in general, but Sundays I have a little bit more gas in the tank, as it were. But, you know, these Wednesdays I'm already working all day long, and I'm already usually here for like a 10 or 11 hour day before I even start this. All right. Let's get this going. got to be careful because I don't want to rip a cable. So I'm going to be very careful. Get that in there. Perfect. Perfect. Nice. All right. Very nice. It all went splendid. It went smashing, darling. Pretty sure 27 megahertz is across all NVIDIA GPUs. Okay. But is it 10 picofarad? DigiKey doesn't have a filter capacitance on the crystal oscillator. So, see, that's the thing. So you almost have to spray and pray. You're gonna have to just buy as many as you can and just get her done. Just try them out for science. Just go one after another after another. Okay, it's 9:30. If we can get this done, then we can mess around with our Cypress chip programmer. So that's what my goal is here. When do you have time to sleep? Well, I don't sleep that many hours. And what ends up happening is I end up sleeping about 5.5 to 6 hours a night. And then, because I was up at 5:15 this morning, I had to take my daughter to the swim practice. And then I was at work by, and then I ended up having to take her. So I got to work at like 8:30. So I got to work a little later than normal. I usually get here at 7:30-ish. And then I'm going to be here till 10:30 tonight. So, but what ends up happening is I start crashing. And so I'll have a day where I'll just like crash and I'll sleep for 12 hours. I'll just go to sleep right when I get home from work and just sleep all through the night. Not even eat dinner. It happens. What are the dimensions? I tried to figure out the dimensions, so the only thing I have is whatever we have there. I guess I can measure it with some calipers in a second. Let's just see this thing showing up. Be careful, dude. Burnout is a real thing. I'm telling you. When I don't get a day off, it does wear on you. Start getting worn out. Okay, so we do have the keyboard backlight for 1 moment. And we have a spike. It is turning on. We don't need that to stay on there. And we do have picture. I can't believe. And we're going to go into the BIOS straight off. And we're just going to see if it does show up in here. And there it is. The GeForce RTX 3080 GPU showing up in the BIOS. Originally was missing. So I saved another laptop. Let me put my test OS in here. We're going to boot up and run some GPU stress tests real quick just to verify that we have everything good. Boom, 3080. 3080 is actually a pretty nice card, right? I'm pretty happy with the 3080. Not too shabby. Woot, woot. Called it from the beginning. It was a crystal. So Ken knew it was a crystal the whole time. And Sonic. And Sonic sent 50 more subs. Dude, Sonic, you are nuts, bro. You are nuts, bro. Sonic with another 50 gifted YouTube subscriptions. And we are at a plethora. I would say, would you say that is a plethora? Oh yes, I would concur with that, guapo. I would definitely concur with that. Well, thank you there, Dr. Sonic. I'm going to be taking all these extra donations and giving this to the people who need it. Because there are plenty of people who are struggling with money at this moment. Apparently not you. And I will spread the wealth. I will definitely not keep that for myself. I feel too guilty about that. This is crazy. Dr. Sonic has gifted a small nation of gifted subs. I just don't even know. I can't even compute. I saved another GPU. Oh, you're the man, Dr. Sonic. Helping out one stream at a time. He's going to go to another stream after this. Go to Black Horse and give him gift him 50 subs. Wow. Oh, Tip your techs. Oh, that's a good idea. I need to tip my techs, too. It's Parts People Nation. All right, so this is booting up. It is detecting devices. It's going to take a second for it to do it, but this drive should have all the drivers needed, so we don't need to do any special setup. I miss Dorothy OS. Dorothy is my Windows 10 install. I need to set up a Windows 11 install. That's my another theme, because right now I just have it as the Alien theme one, but you saved another 3080. You fixed another crystal. Isn't that pretty interesting, though? I mean, for all the people that were here during that exact moment, the fact that we sat there and saw that the GPU was off, and right when I touched that crystal, you saw the voltage jump up, and then you saw the whole thing start heating up and turning on. You're like, what is going on here, right? All right, so we're in our OS here. We'll zoom in. Zoom, zoom, zoom. And we have our RTX 3080. And I did not re-thermal paste this, so it still has the pink thermal paste on here, but... And we're only running at 25 frames per second. Why is that, guys? Why are we only running at 25 frames per second? Anyone know? Did we break it? Is it not fixed? Anyone worried? So I have the battery plugged in. So if the battery wasn't plugged in, that would be one clue. How about, it could be heat. Oh, look, I just unplugged the charger and it just shut off. So let me go back here. This battery, if the battery doesn't have power, it wasn't plugged in all the way. So if the battery doesn't have power, it does power sharing on this machine. So there's two things going on. You have to have power from the battery, and then you have to have a charger that's big enough. So I only had a 240 watt. This requires a 330. So guess what? We're going 330, and we've got the battery plugged in now. And so now when we boot back up, which I didn't expect it to turn off, but we're going to boot back up, we should get, I'm going to guess 300 or 200 and maybe 200 frames per second-ish, somewhere around there. Am I worried about the temperature? That pink stuff is going to just, it makes it nice and cool. It just makes everything better. Real-time clock not set, that's fine. More power. Was that 185? I didn't even see the temperature at 185. Did it really say 185? That'd be crazy. 200, 201, whatever it takes. It's gonna go nuclear. Yeah, so it wasn't thermal throttling from that. It was throttling because it didn't have enough power. More power for science. Turn the crystal around to see if it still works. See, Paul's on it. He's right here with me. He's not over here. He's right here. See that? This is how it works. Flipping the crystal. See if it goes even faster. See if it ups the gigawatts. You know? Inconceivable. Got a mosquito or something. All right, here we go. Now, what do we have? 128, 131. That's better. Wasn't 200 though. I really thought it was going to be closer to 200. The battery's at 100% charge, so it has enough battery. We are thermal throttling for sure though. Can you see the temperatures here? 79, 86, 87, 87, 79, 90. Oh, stopping it. Okay. The hotspot was 90. All right, we're done. We're done with that. Okay, so on this machine, it is working now. The GPU is working, so we were able to successfully make the GPU show back up. Now, it wasn't something that was obvious to most people. I've worked on tons of these, and I've seen this in the past, and it took me many hours in working on many of these exact machines to find that flaw and find that error. So it was just a crystal, the oscillator that was actually out of spec or not actually running at the right frequency. The moment that I actually measured it with my oscilloscope, it actually caused a spike on the circuit. made the GPU come on, and that's how I knew that the system was actually working after that. So I just changed the crystal out. It resolves the communication error that the GPU was having with the system, and now it shows up and actually runs as properly. So what I'll have to do tomorrow is take it all apart, put all new thermal paste on it, rebuild the whole machine like new, and send it back to my customer. And so I'd love to know your thoughts on this one, and thanks for watching. I saved another laptop, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. All right, so we got that done, and that may be edited down for all I know. All right, so we do have time to do a little bit of shenanigans right towards the end. We have about 20 minutes. And did you guys enjoy it? You guys enjoy that one? That was the one right there. So I'm gonna pack up this stuff here. So we have our what is it called? Cypress programmer that I want to get down to the bottom of. Does anyone want to do that with me? Shoot. Does anyone know what a Cypress programmer is? I just dropped my scribe. It has been fun. It has been crazy fun. Okay, so we have a Cypress programmer. Okay, so here's our Cypress programmer. So what a Cypress chip is a CYPD. So anytime you're working on a machine that has, let's see if I can find it. So I have a whole drawer of these now. I just kind of labeled it CYPD because there's so many different chips. So when you're working on boards like this 9500, okay, this is an XPS 9500, you're gonna have a chip that controls the USB ports, it's a communication line, right? So it's the PD, power delivery, and whenever you plug in a USB, it will, or a USB charger, it will communicate with that chip, negotiate from 5 volts up to 20 volts. Now this one actually has a BGA style on this side. Shoot. This is a CYPD 6227-9 6BZX1, and yes, you need all that information. If you're off on any of that, it's wrong. So pay attention. So this is the BGA style, so it has a ball grid array underneath it. That one actually controls both of these ports. So there's 2 USB ports that go into this one chip. And on the opposite side, we have 1 USB port, and then there's 1 Cypress chip, and it's a QFN. Where'd it go? Darn it, can't move. Right here. So there's our CYPD 612748LXRQXI. Okay. So the main problem that we have here is I have a whole drawer of these. Okay. I buy them new from Mouser. Mouser is nice enough to have them in stock, so I just buy them. Boom, boom, boom. I got them. Look at, I got all these. And this one's from DigiKey. These are all brand new. Okay. They don't have the correct programming on them. Okay, that's our problem. So this chip right here is programmed with Dell proprietary firmware, and I don't know how proprietary it is, but there's the chips, when they come from Mouser, have something on them, but they're not what this needs. So if I took this chip off and plugged and put a new one on, this board would act like it doesn't work, and neither port would work after that. Actually, it probably would just sit at 5 volts, probably wouldn't negotiate with 20 volts or something like that. And so if you flash the BIOS on one of these XPSs, it will go to a BIOS flash screen and it will start going through each one of the flashing stages. And or two of the flashing stages would be PD controller number 1 and PD controller number 2. So that's what I'm looking at. This is what we're trying to kind of get to the bottom of, is can I flash using this programmer I purchased right here? I have a programmer I bought called the Mini Prog 3. And I got this on Mouser also. And supposedly you can communicate and connect to these CYPD chips and write to them. And so my goal would be to take one of these boards, extract the firmware off of it, and then write it over to the other one. Joshua, thank you for the coolest fans. Welcome to the coolest fans club. And so basically my only solution at this moment is if I have a 9500 or 9510 or 9520 or whatever these boards that have these chips, I have to take that chip off of a donor board that's running the exact same board in order to get that board fixed. That's the only way to fix it. So if I take it off of like another one that's using the same chip number, like say it's a Latitude or something and I'm trying to put it on XPS, it won't work because the firmware is too different. So this is kind of what we're trying to kind of figure out if that's something that we can do. And I bought this a while ago, and I sat around and messed around with it for a while, and I had issues and never was able to get it to work. We do have a lot of requests here to see if we can try to get this working, because it would be something useful. Now, I don't know if the issue I had in the past was when because I was trying to work on a board that didn't work, and I was trying to change it out. So I don't know if it had something to do with that, but I think what we need to do is take a working board and see if we can extract it. And it depends on the firmware security settings, so Danny's saying that, yeah. And let me show you what, if we go to a BIOS, let me see if I can find an extracted BIOS here. Okay, so we're in here. So this is an Alienware, but we're gonna go to an XPS. So let me find an XPS that I've extracted here. Oh wait, wrong one. So so these are all downloaded BIOSes from Dell, and then I extracted them into a folder, so it basically extracts the contents. So here's the 9500. This is the board that we're talking about on the desk here. And so if I go into that, we're gonna have firmware, and this is Dell's BIOS, but it's been broken into pieces. And so they have it set up where, like, here's the main BIOS region, here's the Intel management region. Now, actually, this is something to teach you guys. On these XPSs or some of Dell's machines, they have them where they're corporate setup, or they're with like vPro, or they have them where they're consumer grade. So there's an ME region that is consumer, so it's for consumer laptops, and there's an ME region that's for corporate. So I don't know if you knew that, but anyway, so this BIOS has both, so you have to kind of figure that out if you're building a new BIOS or putting it on a machine that has one versus the other. Anyway, but here you go. Here's the main Cypress port 1 and main Cypress port 1. So 0 and 1. So here's our things here, and then here's another Cypress firmware that's 61K. So this is the same on both, and it's 80K. And then this one is Cypress MCU firmware. So maybe the MCU is somewhere else. I don't know. But I don't know if I can just take these and just put it on there. I have no idea. But the idea would be to pull it off of the other board. So I don't know how interesting this is going to be, because it's going to be a lot of fumbling. It's going to be a lot of like messing around and trying to get it working. So, and do I have the Cypress software plug set up? I don't think I have it set up right now. Ask AI. Oh yeah, we can use AI. AI will help us right to the edge of a cliff. Excessive heat caused the crystal oscillator to high ESR. Won't start. Probe produces capacitance. So is that what AI says? I don't know what would have caused what happened on that crystal oscillator, because it happens a lot on that machine. So I think it's a flaw, because it's only that machine that I've had it happen to. The R3 and the R4 that has that same crystal, I've had it happen to, I don't know, 10 of them at least. So let me plug this in and see if I can get the driver installed. We have a Cypress lab here in Bloomington, down the street from the Mall of America, really. And I know there's a Cypress here because I had a friend that worked there, and he actually gave me a bunch of Cypress stuff. So I have some other Cypress controller, Bluetooth programmers and stuff like that he gave me a while back. All right, let me see if I can get this driver installed. I think I have it in my downloads. Let me switch screens here, see if I can find it. Dell needs to stop buying from AliExpress. Ah ha ha ha. Nice one. Oh, did I actually? I think I installed the Cypress program. Did I? Cypress. Hold on. I think I already have this in here. Configure Cypress. Check for updates. Configure. No, okay, so that's fine. All right, let's see if we have the Cypress programmer running here. Cypress. There it is. All right, we got it. Immortal, thanks for the Prime Twitch sub. Thank you for that. Okay, so we have our programmer pulled up. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. So we're gonna see if we can get this figured out. I haven't taken a look at this yet, so let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. So we need to find a board that we can connect to. So So should we ask AI is the question. So AI says there's a similar class, similar, but it does not have to be anything classification tools. The good software. Dell uses crystals from Temu. Oh my gosh. Oh. Add Nate was here to the BIOS code. That would be funny, actually. That would be funny. Like put my own little stamp inside the code, or have it show up inside the server, the logs inside of the. It's like a JTAG. Yeah, so I know there's a JTAG setup here. So if we go to our board view, and I don't have a 9500. Do I have a 9500 now? Sweet. I used to not have one of these. Okay. So, where are we looking here? So that's that side. So it's going to be this one. So the connection, I'm trying to remember where it is, because I looked at this a while back. Thunderbolt, UDP, data, yeah. So here's our JTAG, or it's a JCC. So there's a JCC tag and there's another tag, okay, and there's another JCC here, which confuses me. So here's clock and data. So I'm assuming it's these two pins that we need. Concur? I don't know. I really don't know. So we need to find those pads on here. So that's going to be like here somewhere? No, wait. Backwards. Ah, this is mirrored. Hold on. This is backwards because no, the GPU is on this side. CYPD. Something's fishy here. Something's fishy. Look at this. This is where the PD controller is. Okay. This is where the BGA PD controller is. The CPU is right here. So now if I take this and look at it, it's saying that the PD controller is here and the GPU is here. Okay, hold on, my brain's hurting. And I can't see the chat. Concur. That's weird, right? So it should be I squared C. Do you think this thing goes to the I squared C instead? The underside, flip it, mirror it. Well, I feel like if I flipped it, mirrored it, there's still the GPU and the chip would be on the wrong side. I mean, sometimes, because what they did, I know at one point, so the 9500, then the 9510, 9520, 9530, so they flipped these on the 9520s and 30s. But this is a 9510 or 20. Let me grab another board here. See, these are all, like with the chipset here, these should be in this orientation. So was the board view I had? Wow, I don't know, why does my brain hurt so bad? DDR was flipped also. Was it really? So DDR. So we have the GPU. Oh yeah. The board size. Look at this. Yeah, look. So you see how this kind of goes small here, and this is big, like bull. Here's the small and the big. So we need a the CPU on a big side. We need a CPU on a big side, and the GPU on the small side. I don't even know what I'm looking at here. This must. Okay, this is not a 9500. That's what it is. This is a 9530 because we also don't have a chipset. All right, so there you go. Let's do 9510 instead. Okay. 9510 is more correct though. All right, so here's our CYPD 227, good. And then SMB clock and data. Would we use the I2C? That doesn't make sense. So I got clock and data here. So this must be it. Okay. So let's just use that. I hate when I can't see the chat whenever I'm doing this. So your M17R4 is totally different from the one you compared. So the M17R4 and the M17R3 are very similar. So if you have like if the pattern of the coils is what's different around the GPU, that's what usually is the difference between those two. So if you have a J52 versus a K741, K741 is an R4 and the J52 is a R3. Miso, SPI. Okay, well I don't know. We got to figure that out. I have no idea. I have to figure this out here. So, okay, programmer. So we need to figure out how we want to do this. Let me connect to my mini prog here. Connected. So we have JTAG, we have SWD. The I2C is not going to happen. JTAG protocol 3.3, reset cycle, blah blah blah. Okay, Tony, are you a Nexus board view guy? Tony. You know what I should do, lad? I should send this to you and let you figure it out. White Horse just gifted a sub. What are you doing here? So Fizzy was going to get yourself a Twitch-free, commercial-free on Twitch. Thank you for that. Donny has done it again. I feel like I'm getting tired. You can tell I'm slowing down. You can tell I'm slowing down. Okay, so let's focus. I need to find a board that turns on, and I need to start messing with it. Is this the board? Let me plug this in, see if we get power. Yeah, you're losing it. You could tell. I always feel bad, like when I watch the videos back, and I'm like, man, I start like really crashing towards the end. Okay. So this board, can you even see what I'm doing? Nope, you can't. Okay, CPU, this one's turning on. All right, so this one actually, the CPU is coming on when I plug it in. And what does it say? Audio driver doesn't work. Well, this is a perfectly working board. Just doesn't have audio, so perfect. So this will be our candidate. All right, so what do we do now? Do we ask AI? Let's do it. Let's ask AI. Let's see if it will tell us what to do. I wonder if you guys can hear all this stuff here. Hype Train started on Twitch. You guys are crazy. Coming out. Thanks for coming out, everyone. Okay, let's see. Freaking AI is a nut job, man. All right, I got a Mini Prog 3, and I'm trying to program a Cypress PD controller chip. Can you help me with that? See if I can get this so I can see the chat at the same time. Okay, blah, 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 da, da, da. All right, so now let's do a screenshot here. I have the software installed and my device is connected. I need to figure out how to connect to the actual motherboard to program it. I would like to extract the firmware off a working board first. It's starting to fade. Now I'm asking AI for answers. Freaking idiot. Okay, so it says to use VTARD. And then these, data clock line and the reset line. Match connectors on there. 10 pin. Provide power if the motherboard is plugged in. On its own power supply, it needs only the sense voltage. Okay, so it needs a sense voltage to figure out if it's a 3.3 or 1-point line in order for it to have its pull-ups set right, or its level shifters going. I need you to double check this. I'm not sure that you're telling me the right information. And then you always need to question AI, by the way. See if it says it. You're correct to double check this. The logic of the target is highly unique, and the information regarding, and that's not the chip I was talking about, but it doesn't really matter at this point. This is not a mistake. Okay. You cannot read, though. Wait, read through it. The software is seeing that DMC cannot extract firmware from a secondary. What? What do you mean it cannot extract it? What is it good for? What did you just call AI? Freaking idiot. How do you connect the actual P controller, locate the true chip, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Good night, all. Hey, Dr. Sonic, you are the Sonic master. Thanks for coming out, man. Shout out to Dr. Sonic, giving whatever, 300 subs, 350, whatever it takes. That's a lot, bro. Thank you for that. Second PD on the same board. Wait, so what are you saying there, Led? Motherboard model pins. Sorry, I gotta look here what Led's saying. So second motherboard, PD controller. I'm fading, guys. I'm sorry. I feel like it's such a chip. Uh-oh. No, I don't want to close this. What am I doing? No, don't close that. Oh no, I lost my chat. Shoot. Okay. Okay, we have something. All right, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I give up. All right, I'm going to play around with this. I'll see if I can come up with something better for you, a better presentation. But I feel like that was going to go nowhere right this second. So I can't even find where I am. Okay, there we go. Oh, gosh. I was saying you can't extract the second PD on the same board. Oh, but the first one you can. Is that what it's saying? Okay. Oh, next time Dr. Sonic joins one of the mods for say, all rise. This is worthless. Your query is way too broad. Your different answer. I know. You need at least 500 words. I know what you mean. And I usually basically start like trying to narrow it down. So I would say the model motherboard I'm on, the chip that I was using. But first, I'm just trying to hone in on what we're doing to see if it tells me what type of pins or what's capable of. Nate, great stream. Another great stream. Thank you so much. Generous gifts of Dr. Sonic. Thank you so much for that. What do you think about all the mods out there doing the great job? That's right. Shout out to the mods doing it right, keeping it clean, super clean, so fresh and so clean. Thank you guys for doing all that you do. Someone mentioned earlier, oh shoot, that you can make a short showing. I can't see. Someone mentioned earlier that you could, but could not make it short, showing how to disable BitLocker for people who don't know. Ah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Okay. All right. So I will do that. I will put that on my list. So I just need to basically show them how to do it, how to back up their key for one thing. So right off the bat. So the first thing you want to do is go back up your key, and then how to disable it. It takes a long time to decrypt a drive. I can tell you that though. It takes hours. For AI to be useful, shoot. This chat is moving so fast. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's so maddening. My gosh, what is going on here? Sorry. I'm trying to find what you were just saying. Every time I scroll up, it freaking scrolls back. I'm going to see if I can make this bigger. I'm about to freak out on this chat on me. Okay, let's see, where'd it go? Oh. don't know. I hate this chat. I'm so mad at it. It's like literally I scroll down, it jumps back up. I scroll down, it jumps back up. It's just like, and I'm trying to find somebody was saying something, and I'm like, there it is. Okay. For AI to be useful, you have to be highly specific. Yes. So I'm super, like I just started, and it would have just been like, I usually say the model, I say all this stuff, and I get it going. But yes, you cannot just be generalized. It doesn't work like that. Security fusses prevent reverse engineering. So that's probably what's going on is you can't even reverse engineer this thing. And I'm going to throw this thing across the room. I see the manual online. It's probably be a quick kit. I do have an actual manual pulled up. It's just a lot of words, man, a lot of words. Mike has a method. So Led Farmer just sent me something. Led, can you give me that direct link because in the chat it did not show up properly. It put some dots next to it, so it's not working. Dot is an executive producer. Doc is the executive producer of the stream. What time is it? Oh, 10:04. Okay. Congrats to all the green people out there. So everybody who did get a gifted sub, congratulations. Welcome aboard. You are now one of the coolest fans I have ever known, who have ever lived. Thank you for another great stream. Thanks all the mods. See you next time, Nate. Okay, so skipping next Sunday. No Sunday stream. It's Happy Father's Day to everyone, and for everyone, Happy Father's Day. I'm going to take the day off and just kind of relax with my kiddos and try to have a good, relaxing time. Dragon, it still came in with some dots in there, so I clicked it. Maybe it works. I don't know if it does or not. No, it's throwing an error. So yeah, it's going to have to send me just a DM on that inside Discord. You posted on Dell and JFix. Okay, cool. So I'll take a look at it there. But anyway, I want to thank everybody for coming out. Thank Dr. Sonic for being the craziest gifter I've ever seen. So I will definitely pay that forward to whoever I can. And these repairs tonight will definitely be taken care of at no charge. And thanks for everybody else who donated and went along with everything. I know it's funny because both of the repairs ended up being GPU related issues, and last Sunday was CPU related issues. So I don't know how that happened. I didn't plan it. But it did work out like that, and I thought it still ended up being a great, fun time. So anyway, thank everybody. I appreciate everybody, and I will see you next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central. I'll see you there.